What it is, dudes? Let's freaking go. We're back. We're so back. Hello. Hold on. Let me get situated. Here we go. What's up? What up, what up, what up? Turn your top chats to live chats, please. We've got a lot of stuff to look. Well, really, we've just got one thing to look at. I mean, we'll probably look at other stuff, but I want to get through a bunch of this shit. What up, dudes? Okay, I'm gonna go feed the cats real quick. We're gonna get started. Stand by. What up? Gotta eject my hard drives.
As usual, she was looking beautiful as ever, better than anything on this stupid world I could treasure. One time I wrote her a letter that I never sent, probably better that I never did. It
what up, dudes? Hello.
Imagine being this competitive, but you never win. Everything's a sedative, never really get to live. We look at photographs of when we didn't think, I don't even remember this. Life alone gets colder on the holidays. Even if I'm not, I'm still hoping that we're all okay. Let me be the first to say sorry. I don't mean to be a bummer, even if the grass was actually greener in the summer. I needed my winters with me, eating my dinner, even though I'd rather meet my maker than meet your mother. I'm another greedy sinner. When you left, it felt like the deepest splinter. Now we need each other, but I still don't see the picture. Stubborn as always, thinking I could paint it better myself. I'd be lying if I said that you never did help. There's something about the silence of that snowfall. It's like God's angrily shaking up the snow globe ball. We say thanks for the gift and take it like phone calls, faking close calls. It all went to my head like the shape of most malls. Forgot about me. The day I died, it was for you I was crashing. Wonder if you even reacted to the news of my passing.
Ooh.
What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death here. I breathe her breath there. Makes me sick, that love is pain, and I can't admit it. No code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense when any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. But you had to see Alice at Wegmans, I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon. Howling at you, got me cat calling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any few cordial with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest. But she ain't just bad, she max security with no visits. Girl, I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts, I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive for a detour. Of course I'll take some fries with that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop, because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remember Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays. Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows.
Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma max us all. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks instigating us to fight. But we caught on now, boys, and guess what? We gon' be alright once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these Rothschild bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby, like that siege at Waco, please, like them bombing the Boston streets, like them towers in NYC. Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s. Hi. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but pick up, jump, and give me a call.
We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you.
How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass loser. We know you ain't Curtis Sliwa rich.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm McVay with a pressure cooker. Press the FBI, made Antep their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar. Never paid for crime, least he pays for hookers. McVay's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Kathy was who he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse. River Styx accepts crypto. Back for war. Stop that shit, Pepto-Bismol. Paul's the new Jesus. We're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVay.
Bombing away.
The explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crosses underneath the ladder. Late American terrorists with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outshined by Columbine. Listen, no indication about you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still kill none? Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults were probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when we dig up the empty grave? Dance for us, Paul. Grace the empty
Come on,
stage.
Paul.
Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds.
What up, dudes?
Everywhere we look, admire the head. I swear sometimes I feel
So tired, I'm dead. We might be all dead, boys. What if we did? What if we all died during COVID? What if we're not real anymore? We're in purgatory. Oh, Mac, did you drop new beats today? Let's fucking go, dude. I'll find him. Send me the link. Is it in the disco? Expect 1,000 new Black Death tracks in the next month, if that's true. All right, boys. Let's cruise through these TikToks real quick. And then let's just jump into the Sasha Riley shit. I started listening to it last night. Did you guys listen to this? What do you guys think? Dude, I'm getting so much weird bot pushback on Instagram that I don't know. It's a lot of bots being like, it's not real. And then also, I mentioned that I think Jeffrey Epstein and Barack Hussein Obama went to Interlochen together. And dude, the bot activity was out of this world. Everyone going, that's not Obama. That's not Obama. Bro, says who? Says who, honestly? What do we know about Obama? You don't know shit about him. I mean, objectively, it's a weird story. He's Indonesian and then also lived in Hawaii. His mother looks like a Habsburg. I mean, there's baby pictures of him, kind of. There's like 7 pictures, but like, I mean, who knows if those are real? You know? This is Jeffrey Epstein. And Interlochen had a wing of their camp was named after Jeffrey Epstein because he donated a bunch of money. And he had a long, like, career with, or like, you know, a long involvement with them. Jim Jordan is mentioned in, dude, we were saying this was Jim Jordan before the Sasha Riley shit. Now I'm certain of it. That's Jim Jordan, okay? Bill Barr. Now, I went through, look, you can go through all of the Interlochen pictures from that year, and we know that Interlochen is like a kingmaker place, or, you know, like Chapel Roan went here, like all of the news, tons of newscasters, like elite rich kids who somehow always wind up in positions of power are at this school, bro. There, I swear to God, out of 1,000 kids, there's maybe 3 black kids. So it shouldn't be that difficult to figure out who these people are. So who is that? That's one. There's one non-white person there. That's the second one I could find. Which one of the... We got to figure out which one of these is Clarence Thomas. One's got to be Clarence Thomas. What do you think? Josh Groban went there? Yeah, not everyone gets to be the child snuff film sex trafficker, you know? Oh, yeah, is it Chris Tucker? So, this is in 1967, so I admit, we're told that supposedly I think Obama was born in 1960. But dude, again, I don't know anything about him. He doesn't even have a birth certificate. I don't know who that man is. I don't trust his paperwork. He's the drone strike king. Why would I trust him? Anyway. But yeah, there's 2 black kids at this camp. Shouldn't be that difficult to figure out who they were. That went to camp with Jeffrey Epstein. Why is it so difficult? Like, who's this guy? This guy looks familiar, right? Okay, anyway. Andy Biggs is involved in this shit. Of course he is. These hooligans. This is what a hooligan looks like. Andy Biggs. All right, boys, this is important. Pay attention.
Jeffrey Epstein will carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Jeffrey Epstein. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Jeffrey Epstein. We carry.
Dude, America is healing. All right, we'll save that for when we talk about Clarence Thomas. Dude, this ICE officer, the famous ICE officer that looks like that guy from that Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Sean Penn's character, what's his name? Colonel Cockjaw.
Bomb you, you're a bitch. Let's wipe this out, motherfucker, too. What? That's all bitches. You can't do shit to me. You can't do a thing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out.
Bitch.
Get the fuck out, you stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
Rude.
Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward.
Rude.
You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Oh, man, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid. Fucking bomb you, you're a bitch. Let's wipe this out.
Yeah, Obamner is the fucking king swindler. He had the glamour magic charming shtick down. Still does. Drewski Megas. Hold on, I haven't seen that. Oh, Mushka. Hi, boo boo. What are you doing?
I had somebody in the congregation ask why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Christian Louboutins. Because I'm a Christian and I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise. I'm a Christian first and I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise. Give him some praise. I had somebody in the congregation ask why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Christian Louboutins. Because I'm a Christian and I walk in the blood of Jesus. Give him some praise. I'm a Christian first. Ready for the revolution. Do you want a revolution? I'm going to have Wanda stand up here. Wanda, please. Wanda told us earlier this month that she could not have a baby anymore. So I impregnated her with the word of God. I'm going to impregnate everyone with the word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the word of God. You gonna get pregnant with the word of God. Impregnate. I had somebody in the congregation ask why I'm wearing Christian Dior and Christian Louboutins. Because I'm a Christian and I walk in the blood.
Y'all ain't mad at Drewski because he playing with God. Y'all mad at Drewski.
Okay, oh dude, this is the guy who supposedly cracked the Somalian fucking adoption fraud or whatever. Or no, the Somalian daycare fraud. This dude, wait.
3 most benevolent billionaires.
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president. I think he's a good one. I think Elon Musk. I think what he's doing is creating innovation. He provides lots of jobs to people. I think that's a good one. And then the third one, I'd have to think about that. Like, I think David Sachs, he's looking for innovation inside of AI and crypto. Mm-hmm. I think that's a good thing to be happening. I think that all the guys on the All In podcast, I had a conversation with them on their podcast. I think they're looking out for the best of America. And I think a lot of the people I think a lot of the billionaires are actually trying to make a difference in this world with their money they have, because you don't need $1 billion and...
Does this guy have something wrong with him?
They know that they are able to use their resources.
Well, then
to create change.
Why do they virtually get taxed almost nothing while the basically bottom 99% have to give solid 20-30% of our income to the state.
Yeah, it's unfair for us, and but that's also how businesses are set up. So if you're running a business, Elon Musk, they had to actually add on an extra number inside the IRS so he could pay taxes.
Yeah.
So people are mad at him for making money.
Yeah. I mean, I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
Benevolent? What do you mean benevolent? What do you mean benevolent? Okay, this is Mike Pompeo. He used to be the Secretary of State or whatever.
We need to make sure that the story is told properly so that when the history books write this, they don't write about the victims of Gaza, right? They can't, the history, and it's, we need to make sure that the...
We live in a dark, dark world. Right, boys? Okay. Here we go.
I'm just going to start recording.
Let's get into it.
And
okay, so this is supposedly an interview with a journalist and a satanic ritual abuse survivor. Although it doesn't really seem like he was. So we have the satanic ritual abuse cases that seem like occult families that are doing like dark magic shit. This seems like circus shit. Have you guys seen Blink Twice? The shit that he's describing is like Hostel meets Blink Twice. I think that these people basically get a circus tent set up, or they get to go to an underground base or whatever. Then there's a smorgasbord of children and events. It's literally a carnival of blood, a carnival of carnage. And yeah, I don't know. I found the first hour of this super compelling. I literally got to the point where he says that Donald Trump used to abuse the fuck out of him. And so he basically he decided after they killed someone in front of him, he figured that he was going to die too. So he was like, fuck it, I'm going to take this bitch out with me. I hate him. He hated Donald Trump because of the shit that he did to him. And he shoved a tent post up his ass and kicked it into his ass. Okay? Now, Donald Trump be walking like he's got a stick up his ass, right? He do be farting. He do be squirting poop. He do be having diapers. We been knowing that. What if, boys? So anyway, I stopped at that moment. I said, this is too good. Everything that it sounds like he's talking from recall, like, it's fucking crazy, dude. And yeah, it seems like there's just callous, fucked up people that willingly sell their kids to rich people, let them do whatever they want to them for money. And it's just like a thing. This guy's dad is also in the fucking Epstein file releases. What's his name? William Riley? I don't know, guys. Starting to feel like we're getting close.
So I just want to clarify in terms of date, July 18th, 2025. My full name, Lisa Noel Volding. And Riley, do you want to state your name and any other names?
William. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. My name is William Sasha Riley. I was born Manuel Sasha Barros.
Okay.
My legal name is William Sasha Riley.
Hold on. These people have fucking music on it. I don't want music on it.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify in terms of date.
Sasha Barros.
Okay.
But my legal name is William Sasha Riley at this time.
Okay. And I'm, just so we're clear, I'm based in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I lived in the United States full-time for a bunch of years, but I was brought up in Canada. My citizenship's Canadian.
Gross.
We might be neighbors at some.
I'm putting it to 1.25 because I want to get to the tent stake. I already heard the first hour, but It's important. I think everyone should hear it.
Point, because Canada is right now number 2 on the list of the countries that I am potentially going to move to.
Do you know, I think it's a good place to look. There's a lot of Americans, actually. I've spoken to Americans that I've told to come here. And there's lots of Americans that have come to visit more, and it's a lot more embracing, inclusive of a culture. So, it's quite lovely. I recommend. In terms of what my approach, really what I wanted to do is to just really a thorough discussion. You tell me everything that you've been wanting to say, and I'll ask some questions. This might be one of however many discussions, and I'll record them. If it's 1, if it's 10. And what I'd like to do, I'm sort of recording with an eye to your testimony, getting your testimony of what you experienced, what abuse you suffered, and what you were witness to. And an eye in terms of being able to get into a format in terms of affidavits, whether we look at getting help from the International Criminal Court, because obviously what, you and I have discussed already, there's definitely...
Lisa, grow up.
A whole whack of...
The international... What did she say? The International Criminal Courts? What are they going to do? Kill you? What?
Crimes that have been getting committed by a lot of folks. And
why don't people get it yet, dude? It's all of them. It's why they never get in trouble.
Is even a case where there could be crimes against humanity charges in regards to Trump. So, and what else I'd like to do is I'd like to look at whether you would be okay with, me transcribing and then publishing something. I publish newsletters selectively. I have a newsletter called Outlaws of Chivalry I publish once in a while. And I was looking at perhaps publishing there, if you're okay, in terms of how it could help us in terms of getting the right legal support in terms of the International War Court.
I am for whatever puts a light on this, because in my mind, the powers that be are already aware of my position on it and aware that I have spoken up. And, the more light that is shed on there, I don't think that I'm incurring more risk, except for some maybe lunatic that wants to be a soldier for Donald Trump, because they are a little crazy. They're a little brainwashed. But I don't mind whatever would bring a little bit more light to this, particularly the stuff, if we can get some of this stuff verified, and I know that me speaking up is one thing, but then the verification part.
Yeah, people don't want to feel totally helpless. Honestly, dude, I feel like it's not helpless. I think it's exciting. Fuck it. Clean slate. Get rid of all of them. Figure out something new. This thing, whatever it is rotten, bro.
Process.
Yeah.
Is important too. And I have read about software where, facial recognition software that taps into the banks of known cataloged child pornography. So if the films that they had me make can be verified, it's not something that I can go online, but I am confident that it's there, because somebody that I served with in the Army got put out of the Army for child pornography, and my chain of command talked to me, and they said, hey, some of these images, some of the films or whatever that he had looked just like you. And that was the first time I think I had ever talked to anybody about having done those films. And I told them, yes, when I was a child, I had to do those things.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit more about that circumstance. So you were in the Army. What years were you in the Army then?
This would have been my second time in the Army. I rejoined in, 2002. Yeah. And I retired in 2016. I was in from 91 to 98 as well. So I did a little over 21 years. But the time frame that they pulled me into the office and discussed that would have been around 2008, 2009 time frame. It was in garrison, so it was between deployments.
Yeah.
So around that time is when they talked to me. And I can just remember, telling them that I knew it was out there. There was nothing I could do about it. And
I heard about that. There was an outage or something today. I got a text from because I use one of those weird, I think it's called US Mobile or something. But, because it's cheap as fuck and it works fine. But, I got a, push notification that was see, we weren't part of the outage. They were like, we will be prepared if that ever happens. Was the CIA installing some new fucking firmware?
We do have breaking news to get to. Thousands of Verizon users reporting outages this afternoon. Sources tell ABC News at least 175,000 people reported some kind of issue. ABC News tech reporter Mike Dubusky's been tracking it all for us. So what more do we know about the outage and also when service could return to normal?
Unfortunately, Kira, we just don't know a ton about the nature of this outage just yet, other than it's affecting quite a lot of Verizon customers. Verizon posting to their social media that this is affecting both data service customers and phone customers. As you mentioned, Down Detector, which is the website that tracks these types of outages, reported that at its peak, about 175,000 people were affected by this. But looking right now, it does seem like that number is beginning to dip. We don't, again, know the problem behind this particular outage, and that means that as we go throughout the
I hope it was the sun, dude.
Afternoon, we could see these numbers start to fluctuate a little bit more. Of course, we all remember last year the AWS outage, which affected many more people, including businesses.
Last year, wasn't that a month ago?
And emergency services. We hope that it is not necessarily that damaging. However, we are seeing New York Emergency Management post that they are aware of this outage, and they're encouraging people who need to call 911 who are affected by this to use a landline telephone or to go to their local fire department or police station.
Just run over there.
Thinking that there was really no way to go about, anything at that point. I didn't know what I could do about it, if anything.
Yeah. So it was from when our emails, it was one of the fellow soldiers.
Are there emails available? Has anyone seen their emails?
That was caught with a bunch of child pornography. And then your commanding officer pulled you into the office to go through and said they'd seen you in the films?
I did not look at any of the films. All they said was, hey, we had to look at some of this stuff, and one of those people looks just like you. And that's the first time that I had, I think, ever really spoken about it. And I said, yes, those are probably me. But I did not personally see them. But they described something that I knew that I had been a part of.
Yeah. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Here's what it was.
Yeah.
They pulled me in, I can remember First Sergeant Bayless was kind of red-faced, and he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And that obviously was, I'm not a movie star, so obviously that's a very odd question, and I knew exactly what he was talking about when he said that. Mm-hmm. So I said, yes. So he said, okay, well, we have found some images that are of a sexually explicit nature on another soldier's computer, I think, and they look like you. And I said, well, they are me. So he said, and you look underage. I think from that was part of their investigation to confirm that the images of the participants in these films were underage. Mm-hmm. So, that was just a secondary verification that, I was only...
So he goes over it more later, but basically when he was a kid, when he was like, I think he said 13 or 14, he had to film a gross movie as a child, and then as an adult, he made it through all that. As an adult, he's in the army, and one of his fellow army boys gets caught for child pornography, and they look at it and they go, this looks like you. That's crazy, but it's also so insane. It's like, what? Who the fuck would make this up? But anyway, that's what he's describing right now, if anyone's confused.
At the time of that film, maybe even 11. So
this does just kind of start, but as he talks and the more stories he tells, the more he kind of fills in, and it starts making sense, dude, in a freaky way.
Obviously, I'm not an adult, and even when I was an adult at 18 or 19, I still looked young. So obviously at 11, 12, whatever I was in that film, I would not have looked like a mature, an adult, Mm-hmm. So it was more, I think, for confirmation that these images were of children. So
it's like this. Mr. Obama, were you starring and directing films and child snuff films with your friend Jeffrey Epstein? We gotta know. Sorry, he doesn't say anything about Obama. I just keep bringing Obama in it.
I don't remember if he actually got court-martialed or if he just got UCMJ, which is just their lower grade of punishment. But I do know that he was chaptered out of the military over it. I think he might have had to do a little jail time, but I don't recall. I can't even recall the soldier's name that got caught with it. I just knew he was an NCO, a staff sergeant.
And was there did anyone else ever talk to you about the films again? Did they ever talk? Did they ever infer that there was any further investigation in terms to when the films were produced? Did they ask you anything about who was involved, or did they?
No.
No.
They didn't go into any legality other than the prosecution of the soldier with the images. So in the military is a little bit different than civilian. I don't want to call it the court system because it's just the officers and NCOs in the military, but they have their sphere of influence. They have their little scope of operation, and if they uncover more, I think that they're required to give it to the civilian authorities, but they don't have any jurisdiction to go further than to just prosecute the soldier for the infraction that he is guilty of, if that makes sense the way I'm saying it.
No, I understand. Do they have any duty or is there any legality, or do they have legal requirements to inform civilian prosecutors of such cases?
Yes.
Okay.
If they suspect or if there's additional wrongdoing that is outside of their scope of being able to prosecute, and in this case to hold the individual soldier accountable for having this material that he's not supposed to have, they prosecute that portion of it. If it is beyond what they can prosecute, then they refer the soldier to civilian court systems. But in this case, the military did handle the...
Sutero Midas. Also, MJ is innocent. That must be my mom's Twitch burner. My mom's on Twitch talking about MJ's innocent. I do kind of think MJ might be innocent. But also, it is all of them. Who knows?
The prosecution of the soldier. And I think all he got was like 30 days and reduction in rank to E1. They kicked him out of the Army, gave him a less than honorable discharge, I think. I don't think he even got a bad conduct for that. But I know that he was put out of the military, and I think he did the 30 days in jail. I think is the most that they can give you at the at the level that they prosecuted him at. So I'm not saying that for sure on the jail time, but I do know for a fact he was put out of the military.
Okay. So they had films. They had some of those films.
Was his name.
Cable?
Yes, Habel. That was his last name. Habel, I think. Staff Sergeant Habel. I just remembered it because I could picture his face, and I just couldn't remember his name.
Habel. Okay. Habel.
Yes, I'm relatively certain on that name. I don't have the best memory. I was in
The picture in what files is literally in public. The picture in the files are literally in public. They're framing him. Framing who? Framing Trump? I mean, dude, it is Trump. It's Trump and it's Biden and it's... I mean, Biden was leading the Clarence Thomas trial thing. He's the one who hammered through... of MJ. MJ. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I do think... yeah, no. The whole thing with MJ being in the Epstein files is bullshit. Yeah. We know that. I mean, I do think that it's weird that Michael Jackson had kids in his bedroom ever. But I could definitely see a case where he was framed. It's weird, and it wouldn't have been easy to frame him if he didn't have kids in his bed, which he willingly admitted. But who knows? He could have been the one that was literally like, no, I'm stuck as a little kid. Because, dude, honestly, I bet it just sounds like Michael Jackson had to do this shit. Michael Jackson did this shit. They were like pimping kids out. That's all. That was entire careers were built on that in the 70s, apparently. selling kids.
Blast in Iraq, and one of the things that I struggle with mightily are names.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly sure that's his name.
Okay. Okay. And in terms of the films they had, so there was obviously a collection of pornography. Is there anyone you're in contact with of those your commanding officers that would they talk to you? Would they provide evidence, or is it a situation where
Michael Bayless is the only one that I remember speaking to about it. I have not spoken to him since I left Fort Carson in 2011. I would think that he would probably remember something like that. Just the unusualness of it. First.
I think that this guy would remember busting someone for watching kiddie porn, and then going, "Hey, that looks like Lieutenant Riley. Hey, is this you? Yeah, I had to make these when I was a kid." What? Yeah, I think he's going to remember that. So we got to find them. Where is he?
Sergeants deal with things day in and day out, but I would think that he would remember that just because of...
Yeah, the Epstein ring is run by JSOC and CIA. So apparently so you guys tell me what you think, but he is saying, it sounds like, because they don't really explain it, but Lisa keeps making a distinction saying that it's the Trump ring. It's like Trump's ring. The way that he describes the way that they handle Trump, though, it feels like Trump is just like a high roller client. Like, I don't think... Like, Jeffrey Epstein seems like the person who actually runs it. Like, maybe Trump is the financier of it. He's the, like, whatever, but he's not running it for sure. Like, Trump's too stupid. And also it's like, I don't know, it's like if you're a drug dealer, you don't do your drugs. It seems like Trump be doing his drugs. I think Trump is like the high roller client. But definitely Trump and Epstein have always been buds, dude.
Now, it's not every day that you have to deal with something like that,
Yeah.
But it is possible. I think my commanding officer's name at that time was Captain Colasanto. But I'm not sure because...
Wait, did Michael Jackson get what is it called? Constrado? Said, I always thought Man in the Mirror. I have a different interpretation of Man in the Mirror. I think it might be about how his dad allegedly mutilated his genitals or something like that to preserve his prepubescent voice. Possibly, dude. Yeah, the Trumpstein Files is what it should be called. He admitted because... and that's the other thing, too, is that him saying that really makes me think that he was just being it was innocent to him. I could see that. Like, if you're weird shit's happening to you when you're a kid, I could see you turning into Michael Jackson. Oh, I don't think MJ was framed. I think he was blackmailed like all of them. Look at Drew Barrymore. What, is she blackmailed too? Trump is one of the receivers. The government is literally censoring his name from the files and deleting any picture of him in the files. Yeah.
You get commanding officers come and go. The first sergeants, they tend to stick around longer.
Yeah.
But commanding officers are, a lot of times they're only there for a year or two, and then they're off to the next thing. So my recollection of the commanding officer...
Yeah, this is what I think. Both sides are the same. Trump is a small puppet part of the money laundering, but Trump also isn't read in on everything. I agree. Trump is a sieve, dude. You can't give him information. He blabs about it. CIA and Trump are on the same side pretending to fight each other. Yeah. Yeah, high on your own supply. They broke the 10 crack commandments. Yeah, Trump can't be getting high on his own supply, killing puppies and shit.
Not be
Castrato,
accurate.
thank you.
What's the spelling of his last name? Colasanto?
Cola, C-O-L-A-S-A-N-T-O.
Okay. Saint Cola.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you think would be helpful to talk about right now about then? The time frame? That was the first time anyone had ever mentioned to you anything about the films other than when you were involved in filming? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The first time that I can recall anybody that it ever coming up, I always knew that they were, that the films, at least one or two of them were out there. I don't even know how many times I was filmed. But I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl. I can't even remember her name. Yeah. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama. My parents did that. And that wasn't on film, not her being tortured, but that was that black girl that I'm telling you about that later on Michael Bayless had talked to me about. But they went and got her because they were afraid that this was after the investigation in Tennessee, and they were afraid that they would go down for child pornography. So they were wanting to kill her, and then they were wanting to get rid of me via an accident, but they couldn't because they had already tried to kill me several times. They had the incident in Texas involving the Chevy van. There was another instance in Texas where my dad threw me into the middle of a pool and said, sink or swim. And somebody saw it and called the sheriff. So there was a police report on that. And then there was a third instance in Texas where my dad threw me down a flight of stairs. And that one fractured my skull. Now, there may have been other things that happened as well, but I remember those three were enough that they generated an investigation. Yeah. There were enough things that happened in Texas that my dad moved from Texas to Tennessee, and then got in trouble in Tennessee, and then got in trouble in Tennessee, and then moved to Alabama, got in trouble in Alabama, and then we just moved one more time.
And you're talking about
Alabama.
Your adoptive dad, William Kyle Riley, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's supposedly in the fucking Epstein files. He was a pilot, dude.
I have located my birth parents. My birth mother lives in Sierra Vista, and my birth father lives in Edmond, Oklahoma, but I have not reached out to either of them. Mm-hmm. I just, within the last year, probably 6 months, I learned where they live. Mm-hmm. So,
Well, and I think that Trump, too, is also like a source for Epstein, for the ring. Like, all of these people with child adoption things or charities or the Miss America pageant, all of this shit is working to traffic people. All of it. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know. That's just...
Peppa, we're not going to watch that for a while, okay? Don't spam it anymore.
It's an odd dynamic for me, and I'm still kind of processing that. But as far as family goes, I have a half-sister up in Massachusetts, and that's about it.
Okay. And your adopted dad, William Kyle Riley, worked as a pilot and was involved...
Yes.
Integrated in
he was
Epstein
involved in
Trump
all kinds of things.
Yeah. And he worked a lot with Trump and Epstein, correct?
I know that he was around Epstein and worked with Epstein, and I want to say that he flew for Epstein, and if not for Epstein directly, like transporting Epstein himself, he did transport some of the rich people to and from these parties that Epstein and company hosted. It wasn't just him. It was kind of a cabal of several people, and Epstein was the lead coordinator, maybe you would call it. But it's much more than just him as an individual. You know, it was people like him, like Trump, other people, and I can't remember, like how many, but he was handy to have around because he was a part of the process, and he isn't just like an airline pilot or something like that. He can fly anything. He can fly helicopters, fixed wing, smaller aircraft, larger aircraft. I mean, he's
Sounds like a regular old Ghislaine Maxwell.
He's that pilot, that multi-purpose guy that could transport whatever you needed.
Dude, yeah, I know. What a horrible childhood. How is he a functioning adult? I don't know. Because, dude, the more he talks about it, it seems like his dad, it sounds like his dad was either in this world because of piloting and trafficking, or originally because he was like a bare knuckle boxer. And I think that these guys will have like bare knuckle boxing fights, and then, you know, it's literally like a circus, right? They'll have like events throughout the night, and every time it's different. Like the whole thing is they want a novel experience, right? Because they've experienced everything. They're rich, right? So they literally set up like fucking kid fights, and then they do weird, you know, eyes wide shut shit. But it's like all night they just keep going. But anyway, it seems like his dad, like, I don't think his dad like felt any guilt or shame or anything about it. It seems like he talked to him like as if it's like his job. It's like, yeah, we go to these parties and you let them do whatever you want, and that's how we make our money. So I don't know how he's not in a ditch somewhere, because that's what they want, right? They want, like, if they don't kill these people, they're like, it doesn't matter, they'll kill themselves because of the horrible shit that's happened to them. But it doesn't seem like he like fell into that. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's definitely like bizarre, because it fucks with most people, right? Like, I feel like he's the most coherent victim of this shit.
Okay, so
just because he's naming names. Everything he talks about sounds like it's coming from recall.
Yeah.
I don't know if he ever got into the drugs. I can remember him talking at one point, and he had refused to do a drug run, basically, and somebody else took that drug run, and they got busted.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of aircraft it was or whatever, and it was around Florida that guy got busted at. Maybe he flew down to the Virgin Islands or something like that. I can't remember these specific details, but I can remember the conversation that my dad had talking about, thank God I didn't take that. And because the guy got busted and he wound up, you know, huge amount of charges, 25 to life or whatever the heck he got. But I can remember from his perspective being nervous because the people that he was working with, he was scared that they were going to set him up to take the fall for something, to just get rid of him, because he had been involved in so much other criminality that he was really nervous about taking on anything else. I know that's kind of word salad the way that I said it, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I do. No, I understand. I understand perfectly. So your dad...
I think that there's definitely billions of money from Trump helping Epstein to supply Trump with children, since Trump wouldn't be able to get... Wait, where'd it go? Wouldn't be able to get children by himself. He's kind of dumb. So I think Trump gave him some money so he could fill his place with YK children. But they're kind of built a give and take relationship is what I'm thinking. Number one client type shit. That's what I think. It's like Trump had a small Epstein Island. He wanted to get children in, so he gave money to Epstein. And I think there were actually more islands, not just the Epstein Island. I mean, there was North Fox Island. We know that. So kind of true. But like, it was somewhat of a relationship rather than a client to my thinking. Yeah, probably. I definitely think that they used, it's like they used Trump's company, I bet, to move money and shit. So he just had like probably free access to these parties, and he was like the king of these fucking murder parties. I mean, dude, the fuck, and then tie it in with that other testimony of that girl who said that he literally watched her baby with him get its head cut off and thrown in Lake Michigan. Like, This shit is all real.
See.
Oh, and then on top of it, the Jane Doe testimony that Trump and Epstein both simultaneously R-worded her and fucking brutalized her in like the 80s or whatever. Same time frame. Or maybe it was the 90s.
My understanding is your dad was the kind of pilot that those sort of criminals would want to use because they could use him to fly anything in any situation, to airlift Trump out, like you said, when you almost killed Trump, when Trump was assaulting you, or fly guests in.
In that one. But,
he wasn't the pilot in that case?
That kind of pilot, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But...
No, that's okay. So, yeah, I've got, I've spoken to folks that, they look for those sorts of pilots. They want pilots that can get guests of traffickers into situations.
When you research the families and professions of the families of these people in these major cases, everything is connected, and it's all criminal, military underworld. Yes.
In and out discreetly, trafficking victims in and out of situations discreetly, and victims that they killed out of situations discreetly, all sorts of nonsense. So it seems like...
And that's what he did. He shuttled the people, but I can remember him not wanting to cross the bridge over to running drugs.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, if he got caught with some people, he could just play dumb, and I was just transporting this guy's kid to,
That makes sense.
From the, here to there. I didn't know anything. So
did your dad...
go ahead.
Did your dad transport the victims most often?
Oh, absolutely.
So more victims than guests.
And, do you see the way he responds and shit? Oh, absolutely. You know what I mean? No hesitation. Just answering questions based on his life. Not a story, not a script. Not your mission is to distract from this information and push on this information. He's just talking. We're just talking.
I don't want to call them guests.
I would say more guests than victims.
Yeah, these are retreats for the elites.
But he definitely transported both.
Okay. And that was either directly for Epstein, wasn't transporting Epstein so much as Epstein's victims and Epstein's guests.
And the clients.
Okay, yes. The clients.
But he was definitely around Epstein. I can remember the one time that I can remember meeting both of them, and I can't even remember Jeffrey hardly at all, but I can remember the conversation in the car where they kept asking how to say Ghislaine's name because it was unusual, and
it's Ghislaine. You just think jizz and then a lane, like it's her mouth where all the jizz goes.
During that meeting, my mom wanted to get the name right,
Yeah, no side-eye searching the creative part of his Kathy Sanders brain.
For whatever. That was important to her,
Yeah, and what's your mom's name again?
Her name was Mary Lynn Riley. This would be...
And also him just spitting names and, not giving a fuck. When's the last time you heard this?
Mary Lynn
my
Riley.
Third mom, because my dad adopted me with a lady named Irene Ursula Litsky was her maiden name.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Peter now. But those two adopted me. He got divorced from Irene in 79 or 80 and almost immediately married Lynn. So Irene may have been involved in some of that, but that would be from a time frame that I don't have clear recollection of. I do have clear recollection of Mary Lynn Riley's involvement, but she died via suicide a number of years ago.
Okay. Now, what are you most comfortable to talk about next? I mean, let me ask some more questions in terms of the... Now, you told me about Trump and about Biggs and about Jordan. I feel like that's important to discuss in details. And let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more helpful for you to talk about what you remember first, when you were first trafficked, the circumstances, individuals involved?
Oh, yeah, I'm a pickle muncher. Ooh, I would love to smash a fucking big old pick right now.
Or do you want to talk about some of...
My favorite part about pickles is how you get all hot after eating a pickle. What's up with that? Is it just the vinegar? You know what I'm talking about? I feel like my skin gets all hot. I feel like I'm on fire. I feel like the electricity's pumping.
The incidents that we spoke about a bit by email already. What do you think is most helpful for you?
Fill in whatever gaps in that I can. I have spoken to you about most of what I remember clearly, but I can give you some of the details with those three, and that's why I am willing to talk about them. You know, there's no. I remember more things, but I can't give you much in the way of detail for anybody other than those three. I can remember Jim Jordan. I went to a party. This was at a farm. There were I don't know.
And the other thing, all of these things are taking place at farms. You remember that woman who fucking was, it was in the fucking Pizzagate shit. She's like, here's my 3 grandbabies. You can come and play with them in the hot tub. We're going to be at this farm. What's going on at these farms, dude? You've never gotten hot from eating a pickle? Yo. Y'all ain't eating enough pickles then. Maybe it's the quantity. You can't just have 1 pickle. You got to eat 100 pickles. Pickles definitely make me flush. I love it.
25 to 50 people there. I mean, it was a good amount of people, but not a massive crowd by any stretch. But the experience that my dad sold to those people was, if you could pin me, then you.
And do you hear that? The experience that my dad sold to these people. That's literally how they think of this. They're like, oh, okay. I'm the Hunger Games game master. What if you hunted my 3 grandbabies on this farm like they were pigs? How much would you pay me if you could hunt my grandbabies like they're truffle pigs? How about $500? Would you do it for $600? Like, dude, I don't even think they're getting paid that much. That's the best part. This is all so pathetic. I don't think I'm allergic. I mean, dude, what's the whole thing with people eating pickles when they're running? Isn't that for a reason? I literally feel like when I eat pickles that I could go run 1,000,000 miles. Maybe I'm salt deficient.
You could do whatever you wanted, but my dad had taught me how to fight. He had been a bare knuckle brawler earlier in his life, and I know that he had worked and kind of just beat.
Oh, dude, the pickle dumpster in Bushwick. Yeah, I would never eat out of the pickle dumpster because they're throwing them out because they've gone bad. But I respect the people who ate pickles out of the pickle dumpster. If the opportunity presented itself for the story, for the meme, I may have done it, but I wouldn't actively seek out pickle dumpster. People were going to pickle dumpster to get pickles. No. But if I passed it, I think it was kind of by this restaurant that I love, Bunna. Like, if I went and got Bunna, and I passed the pickle dumpster, like, on my bike, I would stop my bike and scope out the pickles. Not 100% would take a bite out of pickle, but it would be hilarious. For the meme. Anything for the meme, right?
People up for, a little extra money. At one point in his life, he also entered into the Tough Man contest, stuff like that. So it was kind of a game for them because I was just a child. So you would think that you could just do whatever you wanted. But if they got, I know.
Wait, sorry, let's go back. Okay, so the experience that his father sold to Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and I think Trump is, if you can pin him, you can do whatever you want to him.
It was a good amount of people, but not a massive crowd by any stretch. But the experience that my dad sold to those people was, if you could pin me, then you could do whatever you wanted. But my dad had taught me how to fight. He had been a bare knuckle brawler earlier in his life, and I know that he had worked and kind of just beating people up for a little extra money at one point in his life. He also entered into the Tough Man contest, stuff like that. So it was kind of a game for them because I was just a child, so you would think that you could just, do whatever you wanted. But if they got anywhere near me, I would hit them. And by the time that Jim Jordan assaulted me, I was old enough that those adults, most of them not being athletic in any way, these are people that, they're not fighters by any stretch. They couldn't get anywhere near me.
And why do we think Jim Jordan was able to? Listen to what he says.
Jim Jordan just sort of rushed me and tackled me, and I might have known how to fight, but I didn't know how to wrestle. So
everybody knows what Jim Jordan was all about, right? Jim Jordan, the wrestling coach with a fucking child sexual assault history. Wasn't it his gym in Ohio that was like literally abusing kids? Like, guys, there shouldn't be this many connections. This shouldn't be happening all the time. Why are these people always around child sex abusers? Why? And this guy's like, Jim Jordan fucking... Everyone else was trying to fight me. Jim Jordan wrestled me and I can't wrestle.
So he assaulted me in front of a crowd, and I think that it was filmed, but I can't swear that it was filmed, but it was in front of those 25 or 50 people.
And how old were you?
That's why I remembered. I was around 12.
12.
When that happened.
And of those 25, 50 people... go ahead.
The reason that I remember Jim Jordan is, first, he stood out because he wasn't that much. He's only like 7 or 8 years older than me. So at the time frame that I'm at 12, he is right around just graduating high school, maybe first year or two of college, right? So him being so much younger stood out. And then I remembered his jawline. He has a very pronounced jawline. I remembered his voice, and his mannerisms haven't changed throughout his life either. So when I really started... as soon as Trump went down that escalator and said he was running for president, I got involved in politics. I started watching it. I started watching who supported him and everything like that. And I remember Jim Jordan just from watching him on the floor of Congress, speaking to the different people that go up there and testify. So and that's him. I just remembered him. So
yeah.
I know that's not a lot, but you give me a polygraph, I'm going to take it because I'm 100% sure that it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy Biggs, I remember, because on the way to this, they took me to a house. This wasn't at a party. This was later after I had assaulted Trump, and it was kind of a punishment type of thing where he was going to get to assault me and I guess not pay my parents, and he got to do whatever he wanted. And I can remember telling me I wasn't allowed to fight back or they'd kill me and, all of this. But they must have said his name 50 times in the car. So Biggs I kept hearing Biggs, Andy Biggs. And I thought, I'm going to remember this name. And after he assaulted me, I don't even remember the assault necessarily, but I remember being in the car afterwards and being like really nauseous, sick to my stomach. I was seeing spots. And the guy beat me until I had broken ribs and was convulsing, turning blue and stuff like that. And the only part of that assault that I can remember is laying on the floor of the room trying to breathe. And I could hear Andy and my dad screaming back and forth at each other. And I can remember Andy Biggs saying, "You said I could do whatever I wanted." And my dad saying, "I didn't say you could fucking kill him." And I think they may have actually thrown blows over it, but there was a heated argument and everything going on for an extended period of time. And then I can remember being in the car, leaving, and just having my eyes closed because my head was spinning and everything, and I was just trying to breathe, just in and out, Mm-hmm. So that's why I remember him so clearly. I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son of a bitch, because he is a fucking monster. It's why I have not shut up about just how absolutely
literally what Epstein said.
Important he is as a human being, and that's why I tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Because I had decided, I had already seen enough other people die that in my mind I thought, well, they're just going to kill me too at some point, right? I'm not going to survive to be an adult from this. So in my mind, he was the biggest pile of shit that I had ever had to have any contact with, so I was going to take him with me. And
how often did Trump assault you? Do you remember?
I can remember two specifically, a third one that I think, and I think I was around him more than those 3 times, but only 3 times do I kind of remember. I can remember at one point him asking the people that were kind of running that party or whatever it was at that farm, he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to murder somebody. And they said, hey, that's not this kind of party. You can't do that. And
he's like, can I kill a baby and throw it in Lake Michigan, please?
They in lieu of doing that, they said, well, we've got some puppies. If you just want to kill something, we've got to get rid of them anyway. So I can remember him.
Trigger warning, Trump and puppies. Close your ears and I'll tell you when to come back if you don't want to hear it.
Taking those puppies one by one, and like he snapped one of the puppies' necks, he cut one open and let it just howl and writhe in pain while it died, held one under some water to kill it. He wanted to kill those puppies in whatever gruesome way, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer. He likes to destroy people physically, mentally, during the process of the assault. That's why he stands out so much in my memory. And it's physical pain, and then it's also, degrading and all of that. But his thing was to just try to destroy human beings to the utmost that he could possibly do it, which is why I attacked him.
Yeah, that's understandable. So,
I can tell you this: the last one, okay, so this was after they had killed the Samantha. This is the black girl that I made the one of the movies with.
Yeah. And these were. Let me just ask a question, just to clarify. So when Samantha was killed, were all of these parties at the farm or similar locations to the farm? Where there was
it was multiple farms.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can come back, but I mean it's all awful. We gotta listen to it though. Sorry.
Multiple farms, and usually it was parties. So there was individuals like Trump that were flown into the parties, and
and they would have like a building, a house, and they would usually have like a tent set up, and
Dude, literally, it was a carnival.
It was almost like a little, I don't want to say a fair. It wasn't.
You
that
almost
big.
said carnival.
They didn't have rides or anything, but it was a kind of a coordinated deal. Sometimes they would have the bare knuckle fighting. That probably is how my dad got involved with these people, because you've got boxing and stuff like that on TV, but that's really all you had back in the 70s and 80s. The more the MMA type of stuff wasn't allowed, and these fights were a little more gruesome. They didn't fight to the death or anything like that, but they were bloody, and these were fights, and not just boxing. And so the rich people would pay to see that. Sometimes they'd have like a band playing.
Dude, it's literally Eyes Wide Shut.
Just like what you would expect at like a fair or something.
So the rich folks would get flown in, associated with Epstein, and they would pay to watch the victims fight. The victims were all underage, and would they pay to then assault the victims?
No, he's saying literally they would have like adults fighting, like doing like, dude, I bet that they were doing like Mandingo fights. Remember that, when the slave owners would make the slaves fight each other? That's essentially what they're doing. Fight each other. Let us have sex with your children. Let us kill your kids. Let us kill your puppies. Let us fuck each other. Like, it's just chaos.
Victims after the fights or during the fights, and they paid to torture the victims and rape the victims and kill the victims.
But now some of the fights were adults. So if they had some big old country boy and.
But also they were having kid fights and stuff too. But it wasn't just that. It was like a smorgasbord of this shit.
Other guy, they would pay to see that. They would also pay to watch the kids fight, and they did pay to watch me fight. I would fight other kids, and my dad was my initial trainer for me to learn how to fight. I know,
and then Trump wants the UFC at the White House. I know, right? It's like it's all so perfectly tying together. It's madness, dude. This shit is all true. I believe the fuck out of this guy. He's just talking. He's just telling stories that he knows because he lived them. This shit's real.
go on to be a boxer, an amateur boxer. But that's how I got my start in all of that. So yes, they would pay for that. And the experiences were different each time.
Trump is Homelander without any superpowers. Yeah, it's celebrity deathmatch in real life, plus children, Fight Club, except none of them are fighting. They just pay for it.
You never really knew what was going to happen. So, part of it, a lot of it just comes down to money, So if they offered $5,000 to have sex with me, then my dad was willing to do that. Whatever the dollar amounts were, I don't know.
Sasha, that isn't sex. That's sexual assault.
Right.
I mean, I just want to say something first. I think you're extremely brave.
I need to go move to the side of a mountain in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, dude, we got to get away from here. We got to run, dude.
You behave extremely strong, like a warrior. And I just want to stop and say it's important to me to say that because a lot of folks, wouldn't even survive such trauma, but you've survived, and you conduct yourself with dignity and gracefully, and it's important to me to say that. I hope you know that. I hope you have a sense of your own honor and chivalrousness, especially what you told me in terms of drugs they used on you and how they lured you, drugged to behave monstrous towards other kids. I understand.
I can remember. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I can remember some arm of law enforcement showing me video of me harming one of the people that they were filming me with. Now, I don't know how that came about, whether they drugged me and I lost my mind or they told me to do it. I don't know the circumstances, but I can remember being in that room and them saying, well, you did this. And it may have not even been law enforcement. It may have been, like the people that were running that. But I can remember being really upset because I had no recollection of having done that. It was me in the video, and I was beating a girl senseless. And I didn't kill her or anything like that, but I.
Yeah.
So, and I have a feeling, this part
it's like always the same story. They're drugging them, making them fight, making them film, making them do shit.
Prove because I only have my own experiences, but what the whole thing seems to be is that they first abuse you, then they get you on film abusing others, and now they have you trapped as well.
Yeah.
So you can't talk about the abuse that they did to you if they want you to be a legacy victim, somebody that they can use in the future.
A legacy victim? You think he just made that up? Come on. We're learning vocabulary words.
Well, then they've got to get you on tape doing monstrous things to other people as well, because now they have the leverage to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, no, and you know what? You're exactly right. That's exactly the tactic. And the tactic is insidious because have you ever heard of the torture technique a lot of occult practitioners use? It's called inversion torture, inversion magic. Isn't magic. Sorcery is just smoke and mirrors, nonsense, deception techniques. But it's sort of inversion technique where to try to linguistically manipulate the victims, to try to get the victims in a position where...
That's just called narcissist speaking.
The victims doubt whether the victims, are good or not.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the case with a lot of the Republicans you mentioned. Like you said, Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham were at these parties. You can't remember if Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas participated. And it's sort of a question of, did they participate? Were they blackmailed because they were there, attended the parties, but they didn't participate? Can you tell me much more about Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham?
I know the least about him. The only reason that I can remember him is because...
Yeah, it's Salo, 180 Days of Sodom, or fucking a Serbian film.
Because he was a black man. And I'm sorry,
listen to that.
You can't remember if...
Yeah. The reason he paid attention to Clarence is he goes, it's because it was weird. He was a black guy, and this is just white people here. Same thing looking at that fucking Interlochen photo. Who are those 3 black kids out of a sea of like 500 white faces? One of them's got to be Obama. One of them's got to be Clarence Thomas. One of them's probably Colin Powell.
Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas participated, and it's sort of a question of, did they participate? Were they blackmailed because they were there, attended the parties, but they didn't participate? Can you tell me much more about Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham?
I know the least about him. The only reason that I can remember him is because he was a black man. And I'm sorry, but that club is pretty much just white folks. So having a black person there was very unusual. So he stood out. But the only thing that I can really say is that I remembered him being there, and then I remember what a big deal it was in our household when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because my dad was excited about that because of how high up he was. Now, I can't swear. I may have been assaulted by Clarence Thomas, but I cannot swear to that. If he did assault me, then it was not.
And look at the way he's like, I know these people assaulted me. I'm pretty sure maybe Lindsey Graham did. I'm not sure about Clarence Thomas, but they were definitely there. I can't for 100% say that they assaulted. Like, he's very careful with, like, he's only saying what he believes to be true, like, which is another thing that's, like, given me, he's not just out here shotgun spraying, you know what I mean? Like me.
To the level of something that scared me to the point where I needed to remember it, if that's a good way to put that, which Trump rose to that, and Andy Biggs rose to that, and Jim Jordan rose to that because he was dangerous to me because I could keep most people away from me with my fists. But
can you imagine? He's like, oh, most of it's forgettable because I'm just being assaulted or whatever. I really remember the ones who really like made me scared. Those are the ones he remembers. Another.
He was a good wrestler, so he scared me in that sense that this is a person that I can't keep away from me with my fists. Lindsey Graham, I am fairly sure he has assaulted me, but I just can't put my hand on a Bible and swear to that.
Yeah.
I know that he was there. I can remember it. He just like Jim Jordan, he has very distinct mannerisms, and his voice is a little unusual as well. So I could remember his voice, I could remember his mannerisms, and then obviously how he looks. So I can put him there, but I can't say he did this or he did that exactly. I just can't.
Okay. So
I wish that I could provide more information on that because I think some things went on, but that's just not enough for me to point a finger and make an accusation. But he was there. I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's enough. And I know that, some sorts of interviews we can look at a different time to see if there is any more information you remember. But what you do remember, I just want you to know what you remember to know. That what you remember is extremely important and is extremely helpful. I know you want to be able to remember more.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham and his fucking ladybugs. His little ladybugs. Lindsey Graham's little ladybugs.
The memories are in there. And, I just want to approach the situation delicately because,
some of the other memories are just vague. I can, and I have been very careful too not to reach out further because there are some other names that I could mention that I believe were there that I know for a fact that my parents talked about, but I don't have a clear enough recollection of anything. Like, I can tell you 100% sure that they talked about Vladimir Putin, but I do not believe he was ever at one of those parties that I was at. But his name was brought up more than once.
During the 1980s?
Yes.
Okay.
Dude, I bet you want to know. So we know that Putin was KGB. I bet that Putin was just an Epstein. He was like another Epstein. I've never related so much to the Thanos snap. I get it now.
Vladimir Putin.
Dude, I think the Thanos snap might be the timeline shift. Yeah, this Putin shit is wild, but dude, at the same time, it's like so crazy and also so linked. We've been talking about Putin. We know he's involved in this shit. We don't know how exactly, but imagine if Jeffrey Epstein was completely unhindered and he was just able to blackmail everyone. Dude, he would become president. That's literally what Putin did with the CIA, I'm sure. That's why everyone cowers to Putin, is because, like, dude, he's literally he's the fucking secret whisperer. He knows everyone's secrets. Because he's making the secrets. Because he's Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know even when he ascended to the presidency, but I remember the name because it was so unusual. Now, at that point, he may have just been, one of the Russian oligarchs or whatever, but his name came up, and I remember just because it's an unusual name, Vladimir Putin, but I don't believe he was ever there. So that is like, I don't know, there are other names like that too.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about
I
Putin.
remember Clinton's name being brought up, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
So Clinton was mentioned, but you never saw Clinton.
Not that I can recall. And that's another thing, too. I may have had interactions with additional people, but during some of them, I was so drugged out of my mind, I don't really remember what happened,
Yeah. When you heard them talk about Putin, so it was at one of the parties at one of the farms, do you remember what they were saying about Putin?
Just that he was some sort of, foreigner that was very important. I didn't know any more, the name was just unusual. And they mentioned his name, they kind of had fun saying his name, Vladimir, does he like to go by Vlad or this or that? But the meeting with that person, I don't think ever materialized. I think it was just something that was discussed and never happened. Now, if he has other connections, and he very well may, that's possible. But I can just remember at those parties, there were people that had strange accents.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's all I could say. I couldn't point and say, well, this person was from Spain or this person was from Portugal. I have no idea. But what I do know for a fact is not every person at those parties was American.
Yeah.
I know that's not a lot, but I only remember what I
have a question. With Trump, with Putin, did you get the sense that the party attendees, that the clients were interested in Putin? There was something they wanted from Putin. They thought they could get money from Putin, influence from Putin. Did you have any sense of that?
The only sense that I had was that this was for the rich people, regardless of where they were from. So at this point in my child brain, I knew that there were rich people, and those people got to do whatever they wanted, and then there were poor people like me, and those people, that was the dynamic. So, that's it.
That's literally what the dynamic is. That's exactly it.
I never heard them say anything about blackmailing and stuff like that, but I can remember them showing me a video of me doing bad stuff, and then I can remember people telling me that if I ever talked about it, what I had done was illegal too. And a lot of that was just bullshit because I was just a kid and they were making me do this stuff.
Yeah.
But
talk about malevolent hypocrisy.
But as a kid, you don't know that.
Dude, they were just utterly grotesque. They were trafficking you, they were assaulting you, they were drugging you, and then they were trying to...
X-Class solar flare hitting right now? They're trying to add on to that Verizon fucking shit. Dude, what if the sun is causing it? Let's go. I haven't seen the sun because it's been blocked.
They were trying to make me feel guilty about any of it happening.
Exactly. When you were in a situation because they were trafficking you.
The last encounter with Trump, the one where I injured him, was the one that I remember the most vividly. And this was the setup for that. I can remember my dad, before we went to the farm, this was when we lived in Enterprise, Alabama.
Yeah.
So it would have been about 81 to 82, somewhere in there, maybe as late as 83. But he said there may be somebody that you know there. And I can remember the look on his face, and it scared the shit out of me.
See, he's like... They're like driving to the farm together, and he's looking over at him. He's like, "Son, there might be someone that you know at this party. Okay, you're not gonna like it, but I'm gonna let him fuck you. Okay? We need rent, and I need to go to the casino."
But anyway, when I got to the farm, of course, I'm scared at the farm because I don't know what's going to happen. But the first person that comes up to me is a girl named Patricia. This is a girl that I had been trafficked with before. And she came running up to me and, said hello or whatever. She was about my same age, around 12 or 13. And I can remember my dad saying, well, why don't you guys go run off or whatever and have fun? And I can remember not knowing what to do in that instance because, you know, these parties weren't for me. I wasn't. And then he said something to the effect of, no, it's not like that for you anymore. You're a man now. You can just go out and have fun. Well, we went to go have sex. So we went and found a room and started having sex. And while we were having sex, people burst into the room. It would have been 4, 5, 6 guys, big guys.
And I totally believe this too. Like, this feels like, you know, these kids are abused all the time. They're 2 victims of it who know each other. They run off to go feel something for a minute. And then they probably fucking set it up too.
Adults, at least one of them had a gun. I think 2 or 3 of them had guns. But they came in, they assaulted her, they beat on her, and then they shot her while she was still in the bed. They didn't beat or assault me, but what they said was, if you don't do everything that the next person coming in here wants, we're going to shoot you just like we did her. And I can remember them having like an argument because they shot her in the bed, and then they had
and sex would make sense too because it's all they're trained to do.
Find another mattress. Well, that's when Trump came in. So that's why I remember him so vividly. And it was at that point I had already decided they're probably just going to kill me anyway. I'm going to take him with me. And I tried, but I did not.
How did you? So obviously Trump was extremely violent. Trump's a sadistic psychopath. When Trump assaulted you, so sexual assault and physical assault?
Yes. So at one point, well, I kind of acquiesced to whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he laid down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open.
Sweet. Do you ever watch the movie The Equalizer?
Bro, think about what we know about Trump. He wears diapers. He be shit in his pants. He be shit in his pants since The Apprentice. He be standing like he's got a tent stake or a pool cue shoved up his ass. Excuse me. Then, apparently his doctor, guess what kind of doctor he was? His main doctor, a gastro and something with the stomach. Gastro something. Hold on. Where's the person that was talking about it?
And in regards to the wooden tent stake, Trump's doctor from the 1980s until the first time he was running for prezi was Dr. Harold Bornstein, who was a gastroenterologist. Now, why would you have a gastroenterologist as your primary care physician if you didn't have some major gastroenterological issues? Yeah, and I believe Dr. Bornstein was suspiciously murdered when Trump was running the first time.
This guy. Does this look like a secret back room doctor that would fucking fix a pedophile's intestines late at night after getting a pool cue shoved up his ass? Died. The place and cause of death was not disclosed. Okay. Look at this guy. Love it. Oh, wait, hold on. So let's watch the Clarence Thomas thing real quick. Because if you guys don't remember, Clarence Thomas was showing Anita Hill videos and talking about videos of people getting fucked by horses. Another farm connection. Very interesting.
Doing this TikTok to prove that that man is not lying, because I know that man is not lying.
That's the kind of fuck Donald Trump I'm talking about.
Doing this TikTok for the younger generation because they weren't around when this trial was going on. This trial happened around the time that I was a sophomore in college, and I kind of knew it was a big deal because people were making a big...
Dude, I'm telling you, I think this is like a huge piece because this is connecting like everything that we've been like. It's like all of them. They're like, you know, a shadow government that's like trained into this. Like, I think Jim Jordan and all these people, I bet this was done to them. And it's like, you get to, if you're elite, you get to climb up the ranks and shit. But this is piecing a lot of this stuff together for everyone. And dude, hopefully people see everyone's reaction to this and more people are willing to come out and talk about it. Because they didn't kill everyone. They don't kill every single person, you know? There are people out here.
Deal about it, but I was in college and I didn't focus on it the way that the nation was focusing on it. I'm going to play a snippet of her testimony, and then you put two and two together and you tell me whether or not...
And watch who's at the center of the fucking court, who's telling Anita Hill that she's a liar and a stupid bitch, or whatever the fuck he said. Joe Brandon. Joe Brandon was protecting this horse fucker.
Not. That man is a part of the PDF gang. And I want you to pay close attention to the white men's faces, because they'll pan over to them. So pay attention to that.
From private conversations which would not have been overheard by anyone else.
So any of you Zoomers, Zane, this is just for Zane. Anita Hill was like, she worked in Clarence Thomas's office, and she which one can I link? What, the Sasha Riley interview? But Anita Hill like worked in Clarence Thomas's office, and he was sexually harassing her at work and talking to her about crazy shit like, hey, you ever seen a woman get fucked by a horse? You want to watch it? This one right here. Hey, you ever seen a woman get fucked by a horse? I filmed this last night. Me and my friends.
My working relationship became even more strained when Judge Thomas began to use work situations to discuss sex.
That's Joe Brandon glaring menacingly down at Anita Hill.
On these occasions, he would call me into his office for reports on education issues and projects, or he might suggest that because of the time pressures of his schedule, we go to lunch to a government cafeteria. After a brief discussion of work, he would turn the conversation to a discussion of sexual matters. His conversations were very vivid. He spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films involving such matters as women having sex with animals and films showing group sex or rape scenes. He talked about pornography.
You can't tell me that man is lying. And this is why Clarence Thomas participates in the betrayal of his own people in our oppression. He is part of the PDF gang. They quickly put him on trial, and rightfully so.
Little pedophile.
But look at what that coon is doing now, protecting them.
Yeah. And then wait, I wanted to see this.
day or two to really live with Sasha Riley's story, I'm going to take you through my deep dive process. Because so far, I have found not a single shred of evidence that discredits anything that Sasha has said.
Let's
and for
go.
the record, everybody...
Let's go, bro.
But Sasha goes by they, them pronouns, so that's how I will be referring to them. Now remember, this is all alleged, my own opinions, and please don't contact anyone. So starting in 2021, Sasha was being public about what their father did to them. They also have been publicly accusing their father of trying to unalive them, being completely consistent with what we heard in that interview. I also confirmed that they did live at this address that's mentioned here. And again, all of the details are matching up. Also pay attention to the date that they were publicly coming out and talking about this right when the transfer of power to Joe Biden was happening. And after hearing the interview, we know why. I also found another picture of Sasha as a child along with Irene, the original wife. Again, we don't know how much she was involved in all of this. And I'll be honest, I couldn't find a trace of her anywhere. So I've had to put a pin in Irene for now. This is William Kyle Riley. And I'm going to try not to cry as I say this, but he and his newest wife, Cindy, and with everything in my body, I am...
This motherfucker's still alive?
hoping that this 6-year-old child does not live with them, even though they clearly have a room. But I did in fact confirm that William Kyle Riley is a pilot. Now through William, I was able to track down Mary Lynn Riley, and sure enough, in 2018, she's there as being dead. Through her date of death, I was able to track down the picture of this monster as well. And on the surface, it seems like a normal obituary, right? Until you start reading it. Because as much as they talk about all the things about Lynn, they never talk about things like her profession, nor do they mention the time she lived in Georgia and Indiana and Missouri. These people moved around all the time, as if they were trying to keep people from catching on. And then you get to the surviving section, and there's not a single mention of anybody in the Riley family. She talks about her first husband, but not of her second one, nor the adopted child she helped raise. Because her first husband is listed as deceased. They got married the year after they left high school, so who raised their children? Because I sure as fuck hope that they weren't living with this woman, a woman who kept the last name Riley up until her death. I don't know, there's just something off about it. Now, I personally suspect that they were using false identities, because in her background check, I found a nurse's license. Yeah, she was a nurse. A nursing license she didn't get until...
Honestly, dude, that tracks. I don't understand, like, I've heard so many horror stories about how, like, half of the nurses are, like, fucking... I mean, they're like cops sometimes.
1995 under the name Mary Joan Riley in the state of Indiana, of which she has no record of living there. And in the same background check, all of this I found in the same place. I found her under Maria Riley, and she lived on Trump Drive in Indiana. And when I looked up the address, it was in a trailer park, and I looked up the whole trailer park that it's in. And guys, the rest of these streets are like names of people. Kirk, Megan, Ashley Joe, Tammy Renee, Dustin, Mindy, Travis. I mean, the fact that they lived on Trump Drive in a trailer park with Samantha Drive, I fully recognize that it's basically nothing. But Trump likes to put his name on everything. I just hope this isn't like a weird trophy of some kind. I want to bring this back to wife number 3 for a second, because Cindy, I have some questions about. Because I had this weird feeling that William K. Riley was the kind of guy who would put things in his spouse's name to cover up his involvement. And one of the properties that was listed under her and William had been previously owned by the Deutsche Bank. Yes, that...
Okay. Pack it in, boys. Stand by.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray the day you walked away. You were the clock that was ticking in my heart, changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to
We
find.
got him. We got him, boys. Deutsche Bank, you're cooked. We got your ass, ugly.
Dutch Bank. The Dutch Bank that Epstein talked about all the time being Trump's downfall. The same bank that was sued by Epstein's victims for $75 million. The same bank that was subpoenaed by the Manhattan DA. The one that Trump sued to block the release of? The one that was fined $150 million for working with Epstein? Now, what would a little single-family residence in Georgia be doing owned by a trust from the Dutch bank? A trust that was out of Richmond, Virginia. Now, silly me, I was so flabbergasted with that discovery that I forgot to take a screen grab of the address that was associated with. So today, when I went to go find the address again, I went to Cindy's profile and this happened. That's not the only weird thing about these properties, because I just chose a property at random. When I say that there was probably about 15 addresses listed for these people, I'm not exaggerating. And a lot of sketchy P.O. boxes. But this property in Georgia was sold to an Anthony and Cheryl Cisco. Now, according to his own website, he's an author, a cartoonist, an evangelist, an entrepreneur, a husband and father. But then I saw him mention on the website that his ministry stretched from Alabama to Boston to Atlanta. But if you go to his LinkedIn, he's actually the director of strategic recruiting at a cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, cloud whatever business with over 20 years of experience in the recruiting industry. Oh, and let's not forget all of his experience at Harvard Business School. But then I looked at his white page. She goes from a bank teller in Florida to an export coordinator in the Middle East, Africa, and Europe.
Maersk? She was part of Maersk? Yeah, putting kids in fucking shipping containers. Dude, what the fuck?
To an adoption service, then owned a family wedding business, then spent...
Bro, every adoption service needs to be rated immediately by us, not by the feds, by us. We need to do what that one kid was doing. That is what... Oh, no, that was a daycare. We need to do this at adoption agencies, bro. They gotta go. We gotta raise them.
4 years as an export coordinator. Again, this could be nothing. But in 1996, they had a business attached to it called Choice Care Inc. And this is what came up. And this is on the official Georgia Health site. 2017, this property was sold to Southern Crescent SA Child and Advocacy Center.
Dude, see, Sherlock, you're right. Or no, Barry, you're right. These motherfuckers, everyone is figuring pieces of this shit out. It's connecting so many dots, dude.
Inc. is solely owned by Republican Georgia State Representative.
Oh my God. Bro, they're literally just all child traffickers. Interlochen is where, yeah, it's like a prep camp for the elites. Jeffrey Epstein was there, but I think it's how they like train their spy kids. Yeah, the Franklin scandal vibes. Dude, Franklin scandals, like, all of this shit is being corroborated, I think.
Karen Mathiak, who mentions this nowhere on any of her political websites. Originally formed in 2000, whose address prior to this was this random warehouse, not even kidding, whose address is listed as a P.O. box in another city, where the Rileys also just so happened to have a fucking P.O. box, beginning the same year that this became a registered government entity. Did I also mention it's across the street from a decommissioned train station? And that was one property, y'all. A ton of their addresses have medically sounding businesses like registered to them, like Emergency Sky Care or New Day Treatment Center. I mean, look at William K. Riley's sketchy LinkedIn, unless there's another Bill Riley who also lives in Ranger, Georgia. Now look right here under the education part, though, because those are the same years that a lot of the, abuse was happening, according to Sasha. Because human resources sound sketchy as hell, too. And I've never seen so many people endorse a profile before, let alone one that only has 12 years of experience listed. Now, speaking of weird documentation, now this is another big one for me, because Sasha's background check said that they did not get a social security number issued to them until around 1987-88, not till they were like 14 or 15 years old. A lot of us are used to the system now where you're just automatically given a social security number at birth, but back then you had to request it. So it's easy to say, oh, well, the parents just didn't request a social security number until, they were getting a job or something. Except Sasha was adopted, y'all. Meaning they would have needed a social security number to adopt them. I know Sasha said in their interview that
unless it was fucking behind closed doors, black market adoption.
They just tracked down who their birth parents were. Sasha said their birth parents were located in Oklahoma. Do y'all remember the FBI tip about the girl from Oklahoma? Geographically, that fits into this puzzle. Okay, hold on, guys. Something has come up while I was in the middle of making this video that I need to research. And I still have more to get through, frankly. So I'm going to do a part 2 of this. I will post. Okay, jumping right back into my Sasha Riley deep dive. So I guess this is part 2. If you haven't seen part 1.
Bro, this is it, right? This shit's real. I don't care. Oh, man. Yeah, everyone needs tent stakes. We need tent stakes. Order millions of tent stakes.
Go watch it because I'm going to be building on the information that I did in that. Just remember, this is all alleged and my own opinion. So I want to jump back into the property I was talking about in the last video, the SA Center and the Child Advocacy one, the one run by a Georgia State representative. The William and Lynn Riley owned that property from 1995 to 2003 when they sold it to the Ciscos. Then the Ciscos sold it in 2010 to something called IndyMac, and I was just curious where that was going to lead me because IndyMac was a mortgage loan and trust bank that failed in 2008. It collapsed. So I'm curious how they were able to sell it in July of 2010. By the way, in 2008, just before the collapse, the Center for Responsible Lending, a Washington think tank, released a report compiling all of the lawsuits against the Indy Bank by customers and former employees who said that their managers and supervisors pressured them into approving loans or they would risk being fired. Only reason to do that is if there's shady stuff going on. Now I need y'all to buckle the F up for this next part. Remember how we talked about Samantha?
Dude, where's the elite team of rogue SEALs that goes, guys, you know what? They've been making us run their drugs and their children for far too long. It's time for us to take out the entire United States government. And then an elite team of 8 SEALs just goes and canoes every single politician's head. But nope, where are they? Nowhere to be found. Indulging in child sex trafficking. Doing cocaine, getting high on their own supply, idiot Navy SEALs.
And how they used to record CP. Now, Samantha was tortured by both of the parents, and they mentioned that it was in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama. Yes, there is an address literally in Enterprise, Alabama that is associated with William Riley. Here's the thing, I tried to type in this address. Nothing comes up because Gilbert Street is only these 2 blocks. I will say I found a house that does look like it is a former converted duplex. Just weird that there's 2 doors and no pathway for either of them. So why is the address wrong? And I thought, well, maybe it's one of those things that was just wrote down wrong somewhere. Or it's been almost 40 years. Maybe there was development on the side of the street. But then I looked at this pin. That pin location shows Glover Street, not Gilbert. And they aren't far from each other, but not so close that it would be an honest mistake by the computer. So on a whim, I decided to type in the same address, just replacing it with Glover Street. And guess whose address that goes to? Yep.
For anyone who's driving a vehicle right now, she moved her head and it says the owner of the home is the United States Department of the Army. So bro, North Fox Island run by the military, the Presidio shit, military, MK Ultra sex kittens, military, John Benet Ramsey's dad and grandpa, military. This shit's over, dude. I'm so done with the military. Oh, the military, they'll stand up and they'll do what's right when tyranny comes calling. They are child sex traffickers. What in the fuck do you think they're using their army for? The army is to traffic the children. Crazy, bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What? That can't, maybe it's just another one of those weird things I'm finding on this path. But I'm going to touch on just one more thing before I go. So when I was running Mary Lynn's
She looks like she would fucking allow child sex trafficking in her home.
background, I ran into something that I've never run into before, ever. In all of my background checks I've ever run, I ran into the most amount of email addresses associated with a name that I have ever experienced in my entire life. We're talking
One
about
of those emails just said Young. Oh, JJ Young.
.orgs. We've got small businesses, big businesses, and all of these are some reason registered to Mary Lynn. I've never encountered this many before, guys. I run into maybe 10, 15 tops. And a lot of them are the same names over and over again with different organizations. Like, it's still going. And the names associated with those names are legit, it seems. Like, it's almost overwhelming for me to try and research all those. But so many of them are James Young or Jim Young. Like 30 of them. Like these two, they're both that guy's business. I mean, she's got business emails from Profoma. This one right here, J.J. Young from City of Key West, Florida.gov. He was literally arrested this year because somebody tapped into a Zoom video interview, disclosed their contents. Like, they hacked into somebody's Zoom. And Jim Young was charged with tampering with physical evidence. Why does he have a government email? Well, because he's the city code and ordinance inspector. So he's the guy who knows where all the abandoned and shuttered buildings are. Oh, and one of those emails? Yeah, J. Young Films. Like I said, I haven't found a single thing to discredit Sasha Riley's story. Also, guys, we have a chance to do something really funny on all of the government socials. Okay, jumping right back.
Oh, man. Dude, he should have fucking staked him in the heart. That's the only way you can kill a vampire, bro. All right, let's get back into it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Denzel Washington, you know, sort of like justice when everyone involved in American law enforcement can't get any justice. That would be a sort of situation, obviously. I laughed because there's poetic justice there. Sasha?
That was what facilitated. Not only did I get really assaulted by Andy Biggs, I also got assaulted by like an entire party's worth of people. They took
after Trump was airlifted out.
Yeah, a whole nother party. So they took me to another party after that, and because I had done that to one of those rich people, they took me from like station to station, and they could do whatever they wanted. Most of them just beat on me. I can remember me standing there. I'd already gotten beaten up, you know, I don't know, 5-6 times, and I can remember somebody urinated on me, and I said, "Thank you for not hurting me," and he just hauled off and punched me in the side of the head and knocked me out. I can remember leaving that party, and my dad was just kind of dragging me out of there.
His dad just sits there and watches it.
It was another instance, just like with Andy Biggs, where I got beaten to the point where, you know, the room was spinning, I was nauseous, probably throwing up, maybe some broken bones, badly.
And how many perpetrators did you say again? 20 to 40, 25 to 40 perpetrators?
People that were there, yes. I would say probably 8 or 10 that just beat the absolute hell out of me. And some of them probably sexually assaulted me, but I can't remember. I can remember getting hurt, you know, just getting beaten up and, you know.
Was that before you tried to defend yourself from Trump or after? Do you remember?
That was after. That was as a punishment, if you want to call it that. What happened at that party was part of the punishment, and then I can remember them saying that this is the last of it when I had to go see Andy Biggs, but Andy Biggs almost fucking killed me. So I remember him to this day.
So when Andy Biggs almost killed you was after Trump as well?
Yes.
Okay.
After Andy Biggs was after Trump. The party that a whole bunch of people assaulted me was after that, and then the last one was Andy Biggs, and then I can remember my dad saying no more. I can remember him even kind of breaking down a little bit, like psychologically, because I guess the repeated watching me just get destroyed by people. You got to understand, it's not like boo-boos and Band-Aids. They were breaking ribs and really hurting me. You know, I've got like a deformed rib cage to this day.
No, it sounds like they were trying to torture you just to the point of death, to punish you and to send a message.
They tried over and over again to hint to me to get me to kill myself.
Yeah.
And I can remember thinking, there's no way I'm going to kill myself because that's what they want. So I kind of survived some of that just out of spite, to be honest with you.
Dude, dude, right? Dude, fuck, and this is so real.
There's really no other way to put it, but I wasn't going to. I can remember hating my mom so much that I just did not want to give her the satisfaction.
Yeah.
She, as bad as my dad was, Marilyn Riley was even more evil. Her thing was sexually torturing me. So, and she enjoyed sexually torturing Samantha when they went and got her.
Wait, who is she talking about? His mom?
I can remember hating my
This
mom.
Mary Lynn broad?
So much that I just did not want to give her the satisfaction.
Yeah.
She, as bad as my dad was, Marilyn Riley was even more evil.
That's the woman that we were the one with this face. Dude, she's like Ghislaine. That's what everyone says about Ghislaine too. She's more evil.
Her thing was sexually torturing me. So, and she enjoyed sexually torturing Samantha when they went and got her.
And Samantha was the runaway that, right?
Yes, the runaway that she lived in a brothel, basically a house where they had 4 or 5 underage girls that they had scooped up from wherever they got them from, and they would use those girls at these parties. Well, at one time, they sent me to go be a part of that brothel. So that's when I made friends with Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah, and those are the only 3 that I can remember their names. But Sarah committed suicide, Samantha was tortured to death, and Patricia was the girl that got shot in the bed before Trump came in.
Did Patricia die?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah, and all 3 died?
Yes. Yes.
So Samantha was the runaway that was murdered by your adoptive parents?
Yes.
Patricia committed suicide, Sarah committed suicide, and Patricia was murdered in the bed before Trump came in. And then they threatened you and said to let Trump do whatever Trump wanted to do to you, or they would shoot you in the head as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, how do you keep up with all this if you're making it up, right?
And I can remember them pointing the gun at me. And
South Park's definitely part of the Illuminati. Satan used to be married to Saddam Hussein or whatever his name was when I was watching it back in the day. Yeah, they're Mormons. They're Mormons for sure. I mean, part of their shtick is to make people think that Mormons are these cute, cuddly little guys, but really they're behind a lot of this too. Mormons are big in the military.
Saying, we're going to kill you. And my dad protesting because he said, if you shoot him, we're all going to go to jail. And he was really, I can remember him being distraught. Now, he's a kind of a tough guy. And
wait, hold on. What is this part?
Okay.
And I can remember them pointing the gun at me and saying, we're going to kill you. And my dad protesting because he said, if you shoot him, we're all going to go to jail. And he was really, I can remember him being distraught. Now, he's a kind of a tough guy and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. So that's what stood out to me was he was really scared because he knew that if they just shot me, that's not something he could explain to anybody. And he had gotten into so much trouble with trying to get rid of me already. But there's the Chevy van incident, there's the pool incident, and then there's the stairs incident. And all of those generated a police report. In addition to that, we went.
Oh, that's what he meant. There's a paper trail. So I mean, people could find those too, maybe. That'll just prove it more.
Down to Panama City, Florida, to the beach, or either Panama City or Destin, and
Destin, oh my God.
They took me to a riptide area. I didn't know it was a riptide area. There were no other people on the beach. You know, it was just us. But within like 100 yards, 150 yards, there's the regular beach where people were at. You know how they have the riptide zones. They don't want you out there, right, for obvious reasons. Well, they took me to one of these zones and had me, you know, say, hey, you know, come out here and play in the water and this and that. And for the first few minutes, it was just the 3 of us playing in water, and I'm just a kid, you know, beach is awesome. So at any rate, they go back in, I'm out there playing. Eventually that current gets me, and I don't know how to swim at this point in my life. So it pulls me out, you know, 100 feet maybe, and I'm bouncing up and down off the sandbar, just screaming my head off. Well, somebody that was on the regular beach, not in the riptide area, heard the screaming and came running from like 150 yards away, and right by my parents who were standing there, And he goes out there and gets me, fishes me out. By the time he comes back, he's nearly exhausted. And I can remember him and my dad nearly fighting. And at this point, there are other people that are coming, and, you know, that scares the shit out of my dad. But there was another police report with that. And I know that that police report followed us back up into Alabama because the sheriff came down there and talked to my dad in Alabama. So there was another investigation for sure. So all of those things had already happened. And my dad was terrified that if something happened to me, especially so close to all of these other things, that all of these other investigations, he pretty much knew he was going to go to jail over it.
So there was at least the Chevy van incident.
So yeah, if he turns up with a dead kid, he's going to jail. Oh my God, this is so gross, dude.
Pool incident, stairs incident. There was police reports. How many police reports? About 3 or 4. And then
that that are just involved in trying to get rid of me. And then there were, in addition to those 4, there were 2 investigations, one for the porn, and then when we lived in the duplex and they were torturing that girl to death, Samantha, our duplex neighbors there in Enterprise, Alabama, they called the police because they could hear, you know, screams and...
They were torturing her in a literal duplex with neighbors next door?
And, you know, beatings and stuff like that. And when they investigated, I can remember my dad saying, hey, you know, talking about me is just, you know, I had gotten in trouble and got a whipping or something. And they did an investigation. They collected blood samples and everything from the house, but the problem was they couldn't determine how long that blood had been there, I guess. And it wasn't a match to anybody in the house. So for whatever...
Yeah, wasn't it to the dead girl?
Reason they just didn't have enough, and I don't think they were allowed to talk to me. I think my dad would have had to give them permission for the investigators to interrogate me. So I don't recall ever giving testimony as a child.
Yeah, the cops were like, yeah, we'll cover it up for you, William. We got this, Bill. Don't worry, buddy, Bill.
Okay.
We can still come over and abuse your child this weekend, right? Bill's like, absolutely, Sheriff Rick.
In that instance, or in the instance up in Tennessee.
Did you provide any testimony to the police in any of those 5 cases? Well, the one case with the military, with the child pornography, you...
I can remember the sheriff talking to me at the beach in Panama City, and I don't remember what all was said, but I can remember my dad tried to get out of there, and the guy that went and fished me out, my dad's a pretty big guy, and he can fight, but the guy that went and got me was like he was a tank. So it wasn't something that he wanted to really get into a fight about over there, and people started coming in, so my parents, I can remember them trying to hug me and stuff. Oh my God, thank God. I can remember the guy that fished me out. They said, there's no goddamn way. I heard that from 150 yards away, and you're standing there watching him, and you didn't hear it, you know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, all this shit is, like, these are real stories, bro.
And, they tried to play it off like, well, we just thought he was playing, swimming and stuff like that.
And it's also not AI, because AI ain't this good.
The sheriff asked me, do you know how to swim? And I said, no, sir. And they were like, okay, this fucking sucks. There's no way that this is legitimate. And I can remember the sheriff in Alabama talking to my dad and saying, there better not be anything that happens to him. He said, because I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you're going to go to jail. I don't care. He said, I'll make sure of it.
So they had a sense, but they didn't know, they didn't have enough of what they thought of as evidence to be able to do anything.
That's exactly right.
And that was the case with Samantha as well?
Yes.
And your dad wouldn't let them talk to you?
What's that?
And your dad wouldn't let the police officers talk to you? So
right.
That also seems weird.
Block that, he did. Huh?
It seems weird. I mean, I know in Canada is a bit different, like, in terms of, there would have been folks from Child Protection Services there, and they would have gotten you away from your adoptive fathers to talk to you. You wouldn't have gone through that sort of horror in Canada. I'm really sad that occurred.
At one point, CPS did take me, so I got into the foster care system, and ultimately, I'm just gonna. I was ungovernable, incorrigible.
Yeah, no, exactly.
At that point in my life,
this dad is like, please don't kill my moneymaker.
If if you said something to me, you know, I didn't necessarily, I didn't care who you were. I wasn't necessarily going to do that, and I might just hit you, you know, because that was just my response to life at that point. So eventually I made my way right back to that house. So I can tell you that throughout the process of trying to work with me, Jane Goodall was one of the people that worked with me. So I know that she is still...
And dude, I heard that she had like an underprivileged kid thing. Like she worked with kids that were troubled and stuff, and I mean, again, it's like, it's too crazy. But it's also, it's like Fergie showing up to the Oklahoma City bombing kids, right?
Alive. I think she's still alive. I think she's 91 now.
Yeah.
And she might recall having worked with me because I would have been...
Jane Goodall literally died like a month or two after this. I think this interview took place in like July of this year. And then when did Jane Goodall die? October.
in one of the strangest cases she ever had.
Yeah, she's in the World Economic Forum. Exactly. Ooh, Jane Goodall. It's literally all of them, dude. All of them except Steve Irwin. I don't want to hear it. Shut the fuck up. If anyone starts talking about, oh, yeah, it's everyone including Steve Irwin, just ban yourself. Get the fuck out of here. The monkey whisperer lady. Dude, I mean, Jane, something's up with Jane. Who cares about Jane Goodall? Why is she around? Well, maybe it's because she's part of trafficking. Or maybe she's an MK Ultra person. Who knows? Maybe she's like, they're like, oh, we have her tweak kids' brains when we're splitting their brains, so let's have her talk to this kid. He's acting like Nell right now. Trying to wind. Y'all ever seen Nell?
Because at around that time frame, I had made the decision that I would no longer let anybody...
Jane Goodall says the population should decrease? Dude, she's a fucking Nazi eugenicist. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, more like Jane Badall.
Get within arm's reach of me, and if they did, I'd fight for my life. So, you know, people had to stay away from me. I could talk. I mean, I wasn't like a feral animal, but I just would not allow people within my personal space anymore. And because of her work, you know, with apes and everything, with gorillas, you know, they kind of reached out to her to make contact with me to see if they could help me.
But also she worked with kids a lot. What do we know about people with adoption agencies and fucking charities?
Yeah.
Mr. Beast. And
did you talk to Jane Goodall at all about what you'd experienced getting trafficked? I know when you and I spoke by email, messenger, you said was from during about 1978 to 1986 is what you remembered, 9 to 13, but you're not sure it could have been as early as 6 or 7 years old.
Right. I don't really start remembering what was going on until about 10 or 11. And I just know that it happened before that. I can remember being sexually assaulted by family. That's some of my very first memories. Jesus. So, but as far as taking me to other places and these parties and whatnot, I know that sort of thing was happening, but I just don't have a good enough recollection to really piece together much of a story.
So whether you were 6 or 7 years old or 10 or 11 years old with the parties?
Right. I know family was assaulting me, and then friends of family were assaulting me as early as 6 or 7. I know that. Some of my very first memories are of being assaulted. But as far as taking me to places to make money at these parties, I don't have a clear recollection. It may have happened as early as the first sexual assaults that were happening with family. But I don't have a clear recollection if that was going on to that scale at that time, but do have a recollection from about 10 or 11.
Okay. So, how much?
I know
No, it's okay. I'm glad you and I are able to have such a thorough discussion, and I appreciate again how straightforward and forthright you are. You know, it's extremely important.
I mean, there's a part of me that just wants to point fingers in every direction, but I have really thought about, okay, what do I recall vividly enough that I.
But also, like, okay, you did this vivid. This is what I know for sure. I think we need an episode where he's just fucking dude. As long as you say allegedly before, or it's a fan fiction, you say whatever the fuck you want. Say whatever the fuck you want, dude. Come on, it's a joke. No, it's not a joke, but this is my best guess as to what was going on. Come on. We want to hear it. Speculate. It's okay to speculate.
Would put my hand on the Bible in a courtroom, raise my hand, and say, "Yep, that's the truth."
But I do think it's important for our first understanding of Sasha to just hear this stuff, to just hear what he knows for sure. There's plenty.
And what I am as close to 100% certain that if you put me on a polygraph, it would come back just as perfect.
Yeah.
So there are other things that I could maybe point fingers at, but then it kind of gets into muddy.
He wasn't saying that he was hurt by her, but it is interesting that they used her, right? Like, I think that they have safe people that they can have, you know, around these kids. So if they say, like, I'm being trafficked, please help me, they can be like, okay. And then they don't, you know. But I think that she was talking with him because he was, like, acting when CPS took him away from his adoptive family that was abusing him. He went into the foster care system, and then he said that from then on he was just acting like if anyone got close to him, he'd just fucking lash out at them. He was acting kind of like a wild animal. But I don't think that Jane Goodall worked with kids. It wasn't, I mean, monkeys and kids, you know, I think maybe there's a little connection there, but I think that she probably worked with maybe kids that didn't talk or something. I don't know. Maybe she had a background in this, but it sounds like she was supposed to, like, try and help him. I don't think he wasn't saying that she abused him, though.
In the water, because I don't really remember him that well.
Well,
So
I think
that's why I just stuck.
Yeah, no, that's good. And I think what I'd like to do, like, we'll continue discussing a bit about what we're talking about now. The things that you're less sure of, I'd like to look at a second a conversation just entirely focused on what you're not.
Yeah, the story of the events is a great first intro and helps with the honesty piece for sure. Next, I want the adult him making sense of it all, saying what he thinks was happening. I know, like, I'm trying to imagine, like, okay, so it's like these fucking big fair carnival type things, right? It's like Eyes Wide Shut, but apparently these dummies don't have masks on. And dude, I bet that there's levels of it too, right? I bet there's the Eyes Wide Shut, like, very anonymous, doing promiscuous sex, then secret back rooms are doing kid stuff or whatever. Then I bet that there's, like, yeah, hostile murder rooms, just grunge vibes. Then there's these circus carnival events. Like, What's-Her-Face talks about where there was, like a merry-go-round of kids that you could spin, and then whatever it lands on, you get them or whatever. Or, like, auctions. Like, it's literally like a giant circus of this shit. So these fairs at these farms are probably a little rowdier. It's got people like Trump and all these kind of, like, monsters that don't really care about their anonymity and shit. Like, I feel like the business people, the real money people, their little fairs are probably different. But yeah, like, I'm trying to, like, these people come to these things. They're like, oh, we're doing a You Can Do Whatever You Want festival. And all these dudes, Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan and Donald Trump, they all get together. They fuck each other. And then what? They're just, like, hooting and hollering each other on to do more and more depraved shit. Like, it's just like a fun house of sex and killing people. And then you've got these complicit parents who are bringing their children here. Like, dude, Bill Riley's not the first parent that we've heard that's like this. All these fucking people literally bring their kids to this shit. Yeah, it's like The Purge. It's crazy. Yeah, they just sit here amping each other up. Trump's like, I gotta kill something. Andy Biggs is like, yeah, let's go beat up this 12-year-old. Dude, honestly, you know what? It honestly sounds boring. It sounds like it's like it literally is just like a fucking House of a Thousand Corpses fair. As a rich person, wouldn't you be like, this is all like orchestrated and designed. This isn't real. Isn't that what these fucking rich people are looking for? Is something they want something that's real. Oh, that's what in Blink Twice at the end, Channing Tatum's whole thing is like, doing whatever so that you can have like a real experience. Yeah, I mean, the Diddy white parties are a different sort of vibe of this. Exactly. Like, there's just different flavors of these horrifying fucking things, and they're everywhere. Dude, this is wild.
Not sure of, just because I think there is some important information there, but I don't want to muddy the waters in terms of what we're speaking about now that you are willing to testify in a court of law about. So let's continue focusing about any of the details about what you're willing to swear to in a court of law, and then then let's look at. I would maybe look at.
Yeah, the different dungeons of horror are like different drug dealers. You have to know depending on what you're looking for. Sounds like exactly.
Say a second discussion and any follow-on questions from this discussion, or I might just look at getting everything transcribed, and I'm just going to look at it raw, because honestly, in terms of there's obviously thousands and thousands of pieces of video footage, film that the FBI took, that's all gone into some whoever's been trying to profit off of is nonsense. So what I'm looking at, I'm thinking even a combination, like just a brief summary from me, like a paragraph, and I'll even look at just publishing the raw audio file of our discussion with the text messages, because I think the context is really important. I think, especially because there's been so much collusion regarding copy editing of video footage that, folks that are really genuinely wanting justice, for them to just hear the audio recordings and read the text messages.
Hey, boys, like the stream if you like the stream. Thanks.
Is plain as day. Anybody that experiences an ounce of integrity will be able to discern the truth. And I think it's so important.
I love that decision.
And I kind of wanted to discuss one other thing, too. One kind of theme at these parties that seem to be very, very well thought out is they would have a larger party in the beginning, right? And in these larger parties, you might have, say, a couple of fights or...
Yeah, I was going to say, too, I bet as the night goes on, it gets more depraved and smaller.
Drug use or, things that were kind of, would say, mildly illegal. But the parties would go on for multiple days, and as the thing wound down to the smaller inner circle and the last day or last 2 days or whatever, that's when the really horrible shit happened.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the people that attended the party, possibly even people like Clarence Thomas or Lindsey Graham, may have been involved in lesser things, but then were also at the same time and place where these more horrible things happened, but they didn't necessarily participate in those more horrible things. So that seemed to be an underlying theme of, and this is just me speculating here as an adult, where they would try to get these affluent people in all of these positions of...
Okay, sick. So we do get some speculation. Here we go, Ferry.
Power and influence to come participate in these parties where all of these things were going on, so that,
dude, and think about it as it's like an initiation. It's like the longer you stay, the further you get to go. That's totally how this works.
If Clarence Thomas, I'll just use him, if he was there at the party, well, then surely nothing, that nefarious could be going on.
If I get rich from the stock market, I'm joining the cult, man. Sorry, Cat Daddy. At least you're honest, brother. Don't worry, you're not going to get rich. They're about to collapse the fuck out of that shit. Ooh, it's coming in hard, boys.
On type of situations.
Yeah.
So it seemed to be very well thought out how they kind of did things. But as the party wound down, that's when people in my position would really begin to get scared, because that's when you either going to get assaulted and maybe really busted up, or, even watching somebody die is really fucking horrible,
Did you see anyone else die besides Samantha and Patricia?
Yes.
Yes.
So I watched a grown man get beaten to death. He had done something.
Yeah. It's the longer you stay, the higher degrees in a Mason you'll be. It's literally the secret society, like, degrees. It's an initiation.
That pissed off the people that were running it, and they killed him. I saw another girl, in addition to Patricia, when I was making the film with the girl, they came in and shot her while we were having sex. That was some sort of snuff film.
Yeah.
And then in the brothel, there were two people that got killed. Sarah killed herself, and then a girl, I don't remember her name, she was shot and killed, and then another girl was also shot and killed.
Okay. And all of these... No, go ahead.
Me and Samantha having to clean up. We didn't have to do anything with the body, but I can remember me and Samantha had to clean up the blood and everything from both Sarah's suicide, which was an assisted suicide. Samantha actually shot Sarah, but Sarah wanted her to do it. She just couldn't pull the trigger herself. So Samantha did it. I was in the room when she did it. But it wasn't a murder. Samantha didn't murder her. Sarah I can remember her just saying, I can't go to another party. I can't be here. Please,
Another of the victims, I don't know if you've read about, the British woman, Sarah Ransom, was on the Epstein Island and tried to swim off the island and was willing to drown, then go through another torture.
I mean, it's some horrible, horrible shit.
Yeah.
And, I can remember the hillbillies that my dad sold me to when I was small. They were mean, but I can remember the meanest motherfuckers are those rich people. They are just demonic, Trump included.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask you some questions there again. So with the rich folks that you were sold to, that was all associated with the Epstein-Trump trafficking ring. And you said to me you thought Trump ran things with Epstein. Is that true?
Oh, yes. He was not just a client. He was one of the people that facilitated all that stuff. It was almost like, and this is just my childhood brain piecing it together, it was almost as if Epstein worked for Trump, and not just Trump.
But that's what a host would do. You know what I mean? Like, I think that Trump, I'm just saying what I think is going on. I think that Trump was like they needed to please Trump for some reason, because he doesn't come off as like a person who's running this. He comes off as a person who's a client, who's like the high roller. It's like how they treat VIPs at the casino, right? Yeah, I'll share the link.
Trump, but him and maybe 6 or 8 other super rich guys. So
do you remember
Epstein ran it at the behest of Trump, and that's...
But I do bet, too, that he was such a high roller client because they were using his companies as part of this ring, for sure. But, like, Trump being, like, the brains of it, no way.
Circle of people. So it was just I couldn't...
And I think as a kid, you would think that Trump is like the guy running it, right? But I feel like that would be like Epstein's job to make him look like the king of the place. That's like what a good host does.
Tell you how many people, but he was the only one that I remember that.
Yeah, hey, if anyone forgot, just don't ever forget that Sasha Riley rammed a fucking wooden tent post, into Trump's ass. Destroyed him.
Was at that level, but it wasn't that Trump was a John visiting, Epstein's empire of child victims. It was Trump was in a position above Epstein. It was as if Epstein worked for Trump.
Yeah.
And the rest of those ultra-rich guys.
Do you remember?
Like he ran that ring for them.
No, I understand.
And I think, too, that Trump is part of one of these, elite bloodlines. That he, I don't think that Epstein... I guess that... I mean, Epstein does work for him in the sense that that's what... When he's your client, you're working for him. You're working to please him. I don't know.
So Jeffrey was sort of presented.
But I mean, Trump is a huge part of this, no matter what.
Publicly.
Oh, the Trump hotels, yeah, dude. The blackmail opportunities. Not only that, the moving people opportunities. They could section off a whole floor and just let it be the torture dungeons.
As the ringleader of the pedophile ring, but Jeffrey was basically behaving like a general manager of the ring. And then there was 7 or 8 other individuals, such as Trump, that were actually actively running the ring, micromanaging, telling Jeffrey what to do.
Oh, George Webb claims proof that the Idaho 4 was linked to the same group as Charlie Kirk. He claims the Patsy was uncovering their assassin squad, same as Charlie Kirk. Utah Contra, he calls it. Dude, that's what they are. The Mormon squad.
He would give Epstein that caliber of person, because it wasn't just Epstein. Epstein had people that worked with him too on a lower level that would go find runaways and stuff like that. Yeah. So I don't know where they got the people. I can't say that, but it was this whole thing was being run as for those rich people.
Yeah. I want to ask some more questions in terms of your sense of the demonic. Some of the advisor work I've done, some of my own specifics of law enforcement, I've come into contact, I've minimized any contact with, I'm familiar with a lot of really horrific horror stories that involve Satanists, occult practitioners, theistic Satanists. I've spoken to folks that were able to get out of the theistic Satanist cults. A lot of the torture techniques you describe are similar to theistic Satanist torture techniques. Sexual torture, human trafficking, human cannibalism. And what I want to, what's your sense in terms of these parties that what do you remember? Was there any overt, I know a lot of the attendees presented themselves as Christians, but their practices are full-blown demonic satanic. Do you have the sense that any of them were actually secretly practicing any sort of occult rituals, or were they just rich, fiendish, fake Christians that just didn't experience a conscience?
I think it's the latter, just rich, fake Christians. I can tell you one thing specifically that Trump did, and that I remember vividly. I was exhausted. I couldn't fight back, and he sat on my chest and would choke me until I was unconscious. And each time that he did it, he'd say, "I'm going to kill you." So, and then he would choke me until I was out. And, he did that, half a dozen times or however many times. And I can remember him saying, "I thought I killed you that time. I'm really going to do it this time," and then choke me again. So he would just do that over and over again until he got bored of it. So
did you get the sense that he was trying to kill you or just to torture you about the thought of killing
in the moment you think you're going to die.
Yeah.
And that's the experience that he wants to see the fear in another human being's eyes that thinks that he's killing him, Yeah. But looking back, I just think he was just torturing me. I think had he wanted to kill me, he could have. He could have just kept choking me until I was gone. Because I did.
Yeah, dude, Sasha needs a big ass hug.
I did get choked until I was unconscious. I don't know, as many as half a dozen times, maybe more.
Yeah.
So that's the type of thing that he would do, or worse. You know, I believe, I wouldn't swear to this, but I believe that on that instance, my dad had told him, hey, you can't bust him up, you can't break stuff, you know, because all his CPS bullshit.
Yeah.
So, and I want to say he was upset at the end of that too because of the bruising. You know, they didn't break bones or anything, but you know, obviously I had bruising around my neck and different bruises on my body, and that's something else too that I'm just remembering right now as I'm talking to you. At least one instance, the school nurse got CPS involved, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be loosh harvesting, essentially. Yeah, and the fear of death thing reminds me of adrenochrome. The only conspiracy that has been proven without a shadow of a doubt is that Paul is McVeigh. Thank you, hedge fund. You're so fucking right. I agree. They feel shadow pressure, and they almost compulsively have to share the evil shit they're doing. Well, also, I think it's just that they can only talk about what they know, right?
In both Tennessee and Alabama because of the bruises that I showed up to school with.
Yeah.
You know, and of course, my parents just said, hey, he's clumsy, you know, he fell out of a treehouse or
whatever. He fell out of a treehouse and hung himself with Trump-shaped hands. So it was the tiniest bruises. His neck was like bruised here and here, like finger-sized. Trump's little tiny hands.
Whatever excuse they gave, you know, but it was looked into, but obviously nothing materialized from it.
Okay. So, let me see. Can I call you back in about 10 minutes?
Sure, absolutely.
I just want to make sure I've got the recording set. You know, I want to get into a file folder and get some duplicates, and then I'll call you back, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Talk to you in a minute. Bye-bye.
Okay, that's the end of the first tape. You guys want a little John Levi? And then I do want to start listening to the next one. We'll take a little break. We'll take a calming break. That's fucking good though, bro. I don't know. Sounds like truth to me. Sounds like someone just talking the truth. Are we going to war with Iran?
Overseas now, tensions are rising between the U.S. and Iran tonight. The Iranian regime threatening President Trump today, and the U.S. evacuating forces from...
Oh, yeah, wait. Trump flipped off that worker. That's right, dude. He's fucking spiraling, dude. Oh, what's this?
Investigation of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Bill and Hillary Clinton are refusing to testify in a congressional investigation of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm so tired. A former, very popular Democratic president that almost served 2 full terms, and his wife, who was the presidential candidate nominee that was supposed to win against Trump in his first term, are refusing and clawing, really scraping at every method possible to not testify. Trump gave a speech in Detroit yesterday to automobile industry workers and flipped off one of the people in the crowd.
Dude, even my pinky. Look at how long my pinky is. That's freak shit, right? What's wrong with me, dude? I got gargantuanism. He's like this. what was the worker screaming? Was he just, yeah? Oh, he yelled pedo protector? Bro, that's awesome. 69 people are in YouTube. Let's fucking go, boys. We made it. We made it. 69 monkeys. That's it. Pack it up, boys. Do I got long toes too? Yeah. Yeah, I got freak long toes. John.
Here I am in Turkmenistan. Seems like
This is so much better than ritual abuse of children. But yeah, dude, I think that there's many different flavors of this, right? He was at the, like, low-level fucking circus tent kind. Then there's the eyes wide shut, underground, or in mansions kind. Gross.
every time I try to share, it's a fraction of what I wish it would be. We've looked at this place before. A strange...
The guy got fired? Are you fucking kidding? No way. No way. But yeah, Trump is for sure the scapegoat for all this. Yeah, and that's the thing too. This whole fucking Sasha Riley shit to me, like, I love the stories about Trump, but Trump is like, I don't care about Trump. We know Trump's a pedophile. It's everyone else. It's that it's all of them, dude, and they're so organized and it's so like constant. This guy sounds like he was abused probably hundreds of times. He probably went to hundreds of these parties. That's crazy.
City, country, in a lot of ways seeming modern and in others old, or at least utilizing things that we now regard as tech all over the place in this country. Very few are allowed to live in this country or even visit, and the people that do live here are said to have free power. They don't pay for power. And the country is not frugal with its power, as you can see here. And these cars we see may be staged for this photo. There's essentially nobody here. They try to explain this away by saying it's very hot and most of the people reside underground. And for a untouristed, unpopulated country, it's really over the top. And again, they tell us there's free power. I'm sure they don't say that everything is gathering free energy. All these random things for nobody. Well, this man and this woman back here. And this guy must be a tourist. I could be wrong. And as usual, I think we're going to work backwards. I thank you for being here and welcome. So Turkmenistan, it's not the city I really wanted to focus on, but I guess any city will do. I was really just looking for old cities, the oldest, in fact. Here again, this is Turkmenistan. On the outskirts, this is the old city. Yes, and the old city going back to BC. Of course they would tell us this is just mud, all mud. Stacked and standing here thousands of years. And I'm not really looking to look at the timeline right now. I mean, that's interesting. Here in Turkmenistan, there's just a massive hole fire that's been burning for years. Really interesting story. They call it the Horror Door to Hell, a tourist site in Turkmenistan. But anyway, I'm just looking for some of the oldest cities today. And so I jumped on to see what this site had to say. And they say there's not enough evidence to assert what conditions gave rise to the first cities. And here we can see Nuremberg in Germany. And we're told it flourished in the 15th century. and really mind-blowing, a walled city with towers, fully built out, water being directed and utilized, hence plumbing, little monuments, obelisks, but then showing primitive people. This man is thinking, why must I carry this basket every day? My knees are weak, this cane is too short. But anyway, I was looking for something older. Here we go. The foundations of an Anatolian town in Turkey. Aha, this is more like it. Now, this is either very, very old brick, or it's melted and vitrified brick. Either way, these foundations have been excavated, so they were under the dirt, and everywhere you go, no exception. Recently, I was doing excavations in my backyard, and when I hit 9 feet, I hit a ledge. Just a ledge. Like, imagine the top of this. And I still don't know what it was. It was a platform, 9 feet under, and the backhoe just scraped as if I was on a solid sheet of stone. And I look forward to completely excavating an area and seeing what it is, because it was all soft until I hit 9 feet. But anyway, this kind of ties back to Tartaria. I don't think Tartaria is any huge topic, but it's an important topic. I think it's been blown out of proportion over the years, and perhaps it has become something that it's not. But what it is, most certainly, is a region in this part of the realm. And now most people, if you ask them about China, they'll say, yeah, I know about China. Or Peru, they would say, yeah, Peru. España, they would say, oh yeah, Spain. France, everything really. Swede. But if you ask them about Tartary or Tartaria, they'll look at you like a deer in the headlights. And why? I want to stop immediately and thank all my Patreons, and in particular Shem, thank you. I had mentioned that I was looking for this map, or one like it, even though there's hundreds, and he found a version.
This video is from 2 years ago too, just putting it in the timeline. This is one of the older videos we've seen of John's.
Showing exactly what I was looking for. So again, thank you. And the mainstream now wants to tell our community that we are fools, and that this was nothing. This was just a territory, and this was not a city, like Peking that we see here in China, or Moscow that we see here. No, they want to tell us that this doesn't mean anything. And although we see hundreds of different names in these countries as cities, in other maps they're depicted as little castles, showing how grand, giving an indication of the population based on the size of the castle. Today we do this with the size of the dot. But here what we see is the capital city of Tartary, or Tartaria,
Sellingham.
as Sellingham. And though this is not the exact map that I had seen, I'm very excited to be able to at least share it. Oh, hello, Gigi. So here's Sellingham, and if we look down here, actually, we can see, for Persia, a capital city of Hispaham, and I see so many hams. Bellingham, name your ham. And I typically avoid ham, but to me this goes back to ham in the Bible, and it's been months, maybe even a year, and formulating my thoughts from then today is a little tricky right now. But to me, all the hams are stressing a city of either Ham or his descendants. And I believe that these cities are biblical. The buildings, the canals, the roads, the establishment of this realm is biblical. And how far back is that? I'm not sure. The timeline is all messed up, as we've discussed so much, done by design. And what's certain is throughout this history, there have been several resets by flood, by fire plasma, shaking of the land, everything. And if we follow the Native American Hopi, this has happened 4 times, and we're in the 5th. And there's evidence of this. And this region and history has been omitted. And all the other histories have been altered. We read them, at least I do, week after week. Ridiculous narratives for every nation in the realm. This one has been left out completely. And I would love to lay this on a map, modern day, and see what this is, or what the site is. Maybe it's ruins, maybe it is a city today. Let me know if you know. I find this to be important. And at the same time, it may not matter. One part of the puzzle. Except this one has been omitted again. So what clue did somebody not want us to tie back to this
What is Sellingham now, do we know?
region? So here we have Sellingham, and here we have ham. If I ate any kind of pork, it would be bacon. But I don't like the way it makes me feel. Something weird. So Ham was the 2nd son of Noah. And I think by design this food product has been given this ridiculous name. Or this name was nice and it was attributed to something completely opposite. But I digress. The 2nd son of Noah, his descendants and others having populated Africa and adjoining parts of Asia. So here we're in the adjoining parts of Asia, and they're telling us that this region does have ties to Ham. Here we can see Ham, very bearded. And so here, going back to this history of cities, I was looking for mention of Ham. And in fact, I have something on my wall that says Cain built the first city. And that's actually what I was looking for, was cities of Cain. Let me know if you have any leads. And Cain and Abel, son of Adam, the first man. And here, the Sumerian city of Ur, in Iraq, totally cooked out, only the footprint remaining, and Sumerian. So this is going back to this time. So yes, it's to say that yes.
Ham is man. Ham is people.
The first man just starts building cities in which we can see the ruins of today, made of brick. This is our history. No evolution. And Ham is the link, and Tartaria, and the city of Sellingham. And these guys were going to Asia, to Ethiopia, traveling throughout the realm, building the same things, the same architecture that we see in all stages. We see it in its glory and we see it in absolute ruin. But the same hand, and only us in the last 100 years have broken tradition. We build cubes like the Borg, and the ruins are scattered and buried. This is it. These are the first to build. And where are we? We're in Syria. Can you imagine this city? If this is just the ruins? Again, most of it buried under this grassy field. So back to Turkmenistan, where I think we can see all stages. We see the brick core. We see the facading that has cooked off that would have made this look nice and ornamental. And everything just out in the desert, and our history portraying them as primitive. And we are just clueless ants trying to make a living amongst the ruins of a past and great civilization. And as always, I question why. Why lie? Why lie about the mud flood? Why tell us that the brick buildings buried under the ground were ours, in fact? We just forgot about them. They got buried over time. I don't know why, except for the idea that it must help propagate today's lies. This is a puzzle piece. Everything we've been taught as children, indoctrinated, brainwashed to believe, ties into the present. And we must believe what we are told in order to further the agenda. And I don't know what the agenda is. I just know what I know. I think we know as a community. This research will progress. More will be revealed. But I think, again, it ties back to the present. Because, again, I think that these histories that we've been given are not so important for history. history is dead. It's more important for the present, and I think it's important that we keep our eyes open in every regard to what we are being sold. I mean, both in a monetary respect and ideas in general. So let's take a little pause and have a part 2.
Bong.
Okay, we're gonna look at something kind of juicy. This is actually an old mining town in Nevada. It's called Rhyolite, and here's the kind of ruins we get over there. We see brick on the top, concrete, and old pictures show this town really built out, and then just somebody came in and ruined it. Same with another town in Nevada called Metropolis. And here's just a little peek of what's left of Metropolis. And I absolutely plan on going out here with Chief. And I was going to spend a moment or two looking at these 2 towns. But something else has popped up that I find more important. And that's an interview that I watched today with a Norman Dodd. He was born in 1899. How we would love to talk to somebody born in 1899. What would they tell us? He would have been a young child when things were getting underway. But nonetheless, this is a man who has done some serious research. And unfortunately, he was shunned. And most people will never hear of what he discovered. And I think you all, our community, would be very interested in what this man discovered.
What?
We often look into history, always actually, and what we find is that it's a bunch of BS. Laughable, really. A poorly written history, often repeating the same themes, and I've spent years now showing the ridiculous nature of this historical narrative. And at times I touch on the characters. 3 times I've tried to make a video on one character in particular, and 3 times I have failed. Very strange. But today I'm going to try something else. I'm going to share somebody else's work with you.
Yo, the Germans, the only cool word I've ever heard in German apparently is, their word for hamburger is frikadelle. That's pretty tight.
The work of this Norman Dodd. Now if you do a search on him, here I've just typed in his name, you get this video, and this is the video I just watched. Looks like the earliest version is about 14 years ago, posted on this platform. And what do they say about him? He was a banker, manager, and served as chief investigator in 1953 for a special committee on tax-exempt foundations. He went to Yale, worked in manufacturing, and eventually devoted himself to banking. Around the time of 1929, the stock market crashes, and he was assigned by superiors at the bank to restructure the bank to avoid another crash. He worked on this task, a little confused of why he'd been selected for this, but he returned and said very simply, we need to return to sound banking. Really interesting that they would task him with this. And anyway, they told him that they could not implement his recommendations and that the United States will never see sound banking again. So this is really at the beginning of his career in his 30s, and he's shocked. They tell him to stop looking into it and to put his feet up on the desk and wait for his retirement and do nothing, not even work, kind of a hush deal. And he resigns and continues looking into the research that he had started. And it really comes down to these tax-exempt foundations. On the surface, they appear to be charitable and do good works. So at some point, this man starts a committee, the Reese Committee, that is investigating these exempt foundations. And he's approached by these foundations, by the Ford Foundation and the Carnegie Foundation. Eventually, he gets permission to read the minutes, handwritten records of the conversations
4
that
minutes.
were had, going back to the early 1900s, to the first meeting, in fact. And he was given permission by new heads of these exempt foundations. And they didn't think there was going to be anything in it. And this is, 50 years of records. And what he discovers is pretty shocking. I took some screenshots. In the Carnegie Minutes, they're looking at how to change history and the lives of an entire people. They conclude that no more effective means than war is the solution. He says the president of the Ford Foundation sent for him, and he went to his office, and he tells him, Mr. Dodd, we've asked you to come here, off the record, if you would tell us why the Congress is interested in the activities of foundations such as ourselves. Then he continued to speak, the head of the foundation, and says, Mr. Dodd, all of us that have a hand in the making of policies here have had the experience, the Office of Strategic Services, and
Chief was taking a leak.
operate from
Dude, this is so pretty. This is Utah.
directives from the White House. He says, would you like to know the substance of these directives? We are all here to operate in response to similar directives, the substance of which is that we use our grant-making power so to alter life in the United States that it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Ding. And Mr. Dodd, shocked, responds that this is why Congress is investigating these foundations, and ultimately this guy. And this guy says, I don't think you're entitled to withhold this information from the people of the country. Why don't you just tell the people what you told me? And his answer was, we wouldn't do any such thing. And Mr. Dodd says, well, we have no choice but to continue to investigate. So he goes on to hire one of his team members, a woman who is very skeptical, and he chose her on purpose. She was
It's Super Mario Land. Nevada and southern Utah.
very much by the book, and she would go through these 50 years.
Check out the gold domes in Tobolsk. Ooh. These are the frickin'... Oh, 1 minute warning. These are the frickin', this is like the capital of Tartaria. Let's hang out in Area 51 and 52. Okay. Those are pretty dope, dude. Bro, those are fucking energy polars. What the fuck? Look at that shit. That's cool as hell. Alright, here. Let's load up. I saw a new Jesse video. Here we go. Load them up, boys. Happy 9/11.
Nothing is enough. Nothing.
Area 54.
Nothing is enough. You could tear out poured out still wouldn't be enough. And faces that you knew were strange, time carves lines into their faces. Years just drag you down the road, and you can't hide the way it seems, like punching demons in your dreams. Revenge is like a rolling stone.
Demons like
it always finds its way back home. Something don't add up. Something
Never forget again.
don't add up.
What's up with the cubs?
Crazy men with bloodshot eyes shoot their rockets in the sky, drunk with power, high with rage, and all the treasure, all the blood, and all the gold, and all the guts could never make a bit of change. New men in the same old cage.
Rock on, brother. Amen. Dude, imagine Elon Musk going to one of these fucking child killing parties and he's like, hey, I would like to kill children. And Peter Thiel's like, yeah. And then me and Elon can fuck each other. What is wrong with these people? How do you become like them? What is wrong with them?
Years of handwritten documents, the minutes of the Carnegie Foundation. And again, the Carnegie Foundation begins in 1908. So this is great. I have discovered thousands of Carnegie libraries and buildings, and this is definitely a key player. And in that year, the first year, the trustees of this foundation, meeting for the first time, raised a specific question, Mr. Dodd says. They discussed this question all year, and the question is there any means known more effective than war? Assuming you wish to alter the life of an entire people. They conclude that no. Now, in 1909, they raise a second question and discuss it. So here we go. Here is our supposed benevolent foundation, and they're discussing war right away. Now, second question, early 1900s, how do we involve the United States in a war, they say. And at that time, nobody gave a damn about war. He talks about the Balkans. Finally, they answer the question as follows. We must control the State Department. So here you go, really early on, 10 or so years after this man Norman Dodd is born. These foundations are scheming, and they have handwritten documents, the minutes, in which this man had the opportunity to glean congressionally, give a report openly, and here the foundation wants to control the State Department. And they say, how do we do that? The answer, we must take over and control the diplomatic machinery of this country. Finally, they resolve to aim at that as an objective. Then time passes, and eventually there is a war. World War blank. At the time, they record in their minutes, essentially like a corporate diary, a shocking report in which they dispatch to President Wilson a telegram cautioning him to see that the war does not end too soon. So this foundation almost giving orders to the president. Of course, all these key players will be part of greater factions in which I will not name, but these foundations are in the open, whereas these lesser-known factions take place in secrecy. And their goal, ultimately, this is just one foundation. This guy investigated a handful of the key players. And what they're looking to do is prevent what they call a reversion of life in the United States to what it was prior to 1914. And to do this, they proclaim they must control education in the United States. They realized it was a pretty big task. This is in the minutes, mind you. This guy is researching the truth in the 50s about the early 1900s. And this man passed away shortly after this interview. But anyway, the Carnegies knew this was a big task to control the education system. So they approached the Rockefeller Foundation, another foundation. I've talked about the Rockefeller Foundation, how they pretty much destroyed the electric vehicle, played a part in getting all the electric trolleys dismantled that ran from coast to coast, and helped ensure that we take a giant step backwards. So the Rockefeller Foundation handled the education branch in the United States and the alteration of the teaching of American history. So they approach 4 of the most prominent historians, Charles Bird or Beard, and they suggest that they alter the manner in which the history is presented. They get turned down flat, so they decide to build their own stable of historians. Then they approach the Guggenheim Foundation. Mind you, all tax-exempt foundations sucking up taxpayer grant money to execute their will, their malevolent will. And essentially they groom a group of 20 new historians under this fellowship through the Guggenheimer and Rockefeller foundations. They essentially created their own experts on American history. They were sent to London and briefed into what was expected of them in exchange for these doctorates. So really just making them experts overnight, as long as they teach this new history. The group of 20 historians that they created ultimately become the nucleus of the American Historical Association. And you have to realize this is going on in the early 1900s. This guy is just discovering it in the 50s and only sharing it in the 80s. And what are they trying to teach with this new history? As I said in the last part, what is the aim of a false history? A false present, of course. And back then they were saying the future of this country belongs to collectivism, with a touch of American efficiency. That is the story that grew out of the false history. And in short, this investigation was thrown out. A win for evil, but not without the truth, at least coming out in the 80s and again 15 years ago on YouTube and today on my channel. I suggest you watch this interview, a little less than an hour, and I think I'll just end this here. I hope you've enjoyed. I love you all. Do have a blessed day, and I'll see you next week.
Fuck yeah, John Levi. We love you, brother. Dude, are raspberries not the most fucking satisfying fruit? I love squanching them in my mouth. Okay. Sorry, boys. We're diving back in. I want to see part 2. At least watch some of it. we're going to end roughly on time tonight.
Oh, I'm just checking here.
All right. No more blankies. Come on. It's time to finish your schoolwork. No more hugs.
So to kind of recap what we were just talking about, one of the first memories that peered itself into my consciousness because of being what I perceived as a threat as a child was watching Donald Trump kill a litter of puppies. He did it in a variety of ways. As I stood there, they made me stand there, and he would harm or kill the puppy and then look to see what my reaction was. And in my child's brain, that registered because I viewed him as somebody more dangerous than my parents, and I knew that they would hurt me. So in my ability to reason, my reasoning...
Bro, putting white or dark chocolate inside of a raspberry and then noshing on it? That's amazing.
...was if they were worse people than my parents, that they were somebody that might kill me. So that is why he was so... That's why I most of the stuff I just tried to forget. But with him, with Andy, and with Jim, I remembered them because the truth is they scared me.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to summarize a bit about what we had discussed that wasn't recorded. So with Trump, when Trump murdered the puppies and forced you to watch, you were 8 or 9 years old. That was your first remembrance of Trump. And had Trump sexually assaulted and tortured you already?
Maybe, but I don't recall. I think what happened, and I'm relatively certain, but I think that was the precursor to him sexually assaulting me. So I think that was in an effort to make the experience as brutal as possible for me.
Sounds like loose stuff.
That was the same kind of MO that was used with Patricia later on.
Mm-hmm.
So it seemed to be that he would use his imagination as such to try to figure out what ways would be the most traumatic, to make the most traumatic experience to destroy somebody, kind of traumatize somebody to the maximum potential possible.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the first...
Dude, he literally might be a lizard, descended from a lizard family that is loosh harvesting us.
Of that was watching him kill those puppies.
Did I say loosh harvesting?
And then the next higher order of that, and I couldn't tell you exactly how much time passed between, but I would say likely a couple of years, or at least a year later, before the instance with Patricia.
Okay, and the incident with Patricia was when...
And at that point, I had already, in my mind, I had already thought there's no way I'm going to live through this anyway. They're just going to torture me to death anyway. So I might as well do everything I can to fight back.
Okay. And so with the incident with Patricia, then recapping, they told you to go into another room with Patricia. There was film? They were filming?
No.
There wasn't filming in such a case?
What happened with me and Patricia, my dad, before we got to the party, said, hey, there may be somebody you know. I had been trafficked with her previously.
Yeah.
But she and I were as close to being friends as you could be. We were, in the same boat as far as, our station in life. So we had kind of become friends, and she ran up to me, and I can remember she saying, hey, come go with me. And I said, I can't. And my dad said, no, it's okay. You guys go off and have fun. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, you can go just have fun. You're an adult now. And I can remember thinking in my mind, I was wondering, what happens next? And the only thing that I knew of really of being an adult was my dad. And I knew that he didn't go to these parties and get assaulted. So in my mind, I thought, well, maybe that part of my life is over. But anyway, we left. We wound up going into the farmhouse. We went into the room not at the behest of anybody else. She wanted to have sex with me because she knew I wouldn't hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, I wouldn't swear to this part, but I am relatively certain she and I had already made some movies together. Off, not at the farm, but at a shoot. But I didn't have sex in a way that brutalized people, because I kind of knew how that felt. So it was a matter of her kind of choosing somebody to try to go have sex with, so she wouldn't be placing her life in danger by having sex with one of these rich guys. So we went in and started having sex. This was not in front of anybody. It wasn't filmed that I know of. It was just, we kind of, if we were going to have the opportunity to go have sex with somebody, we were going to go have sex with each other, because that, in that instance, neither of us would get hurt. Mm-hmm. But while we were in that room, after some period of time, the people at that party busted in, 5, 6, 8 maybe people, big people, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 3 or 4 of them had a gun, to be honest with you. But then they assaulted her with me at gunpoint, and then they killed her in front of me. Mm-hmm. And said, that's what's going to happen to you if you don't do everything to the next person that walks in this room what they want.
Do you think they knew Trump was going to walk in the room? Do you think they had premeditated that Trump would walk in the room next?
That was like him killing the puppies.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think that was just part of the experience for him.
Like, bro, have you guys seen the movie The Game? This is so like The Game, kind of. It's like a secretive agency that provides, like, a personalized game experience for these rich fucks so they can feel something. The Game needs to be remade. Dude, I'd watch it. I started rewatching it a couple weeks ago, and I got halfway through and fell asleep. I should put it on tonight and finish it, and definitely not watch Akira.
To traumatize me, and for all I know,
like, dude, honestly, I've heard literally nothing that I'm like, like, this shit all makes sense. Honestly, you know what, the only thing that gave me like a what was the story about how he had 3 instances of his dad attempting to kill him. But now it makes a lot of sense, actually, the way he explained it. So, I truly, I mean, I feel like this dude's just speaking from experience. This is kind of like, this is awesome. I hope he comes out more. Like, dude, I'll be real pissed if he, like, just disappears. But he should be talking. Everyone wants to hear from him. He should fucking start a TikTok. Well, he should start an Instagram. You can't have no motion on TikTok.
Was watching through crack in the wall. I don't know about that.
So, like an escalation from the puppies.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. Trump would traumatize you first and then sexually assault you. There was the incident when yes. Trump murdered the puppies and forced you to watch. And then the incident when Trump had Patricia killed.
Yes.
Okay. And then that's the incident with Patricia we spoke about, where Trump assaulted you, tortured you, and then Trump wanted you to engage in sex with Trump, and you found the tent peg and got a condom on, and then inserted the condom in Trump's anus,
and kicked it as hard as I could.
And kicked as hard as you could. Yeah.
Oh, can you fucking imagine, bro? This is why this man shits his pants. That's why they killed Dr. Bromstein, or whatever the fuck his name was. He can't be telling secrets.
Yeah.
And my plan was to continue hurting him to death, but as soon as I did that, he started screaming.
Dude, I was thinking that same thing, Creaturus, that, like, some people in, like, sick fuck ways, because you said, I wonder if in a twisted way his dad was trying to help him, teaching him how to fight so they get the money without the abuse. Yeah, like... Like, how do you rationalize this, right? It's crazy. Because apparently there were times where he would step in, so he feels something, but, like, not enough to, like, not take your kid to a fucking, you know. And some people, I think this, like, happens to, and it's, like, nothing to them. Or, like, they just want other people, you know, to not just be them. I don't know. Did Patricia see something she shouldn't? So the reason that I don't think that he was killed is because the dad, like, he was, like they said, a legacy victim. That's like someone that they can keep, Like, it's hard to find people, right? But I think that the lives are very expendable, except for a few, and I think he was one of those people because his dad was like also kind of involved and like facilitated bringing someone, you know, like they figured that he wouldn't tell because he's like involved. I think his dad being involved is probably what saved him. But yeah, fuck the dad. I mean, it is fuck the dad, but you like gotta think like how do people fucking rationalize this? I can see like a crazy, you know, Channing Tatum at the end of fucking Blink Twice, like psychotic monologue about being like, I'm trying to toughen you up, you know, like if you could survive this, you could survive anything. I mean, this is what the Masons do, right? That's what these Freemason cucks do. They raise their kids to torture them so that they can like survive anything. And they think it's like helping them while traumatizing them. You know? Yeah, they wanted little boys more than little girls, so they said so she was a pawn to control Sasha. Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome, exactly.
And those same people busted back in.
Yeah, I mean, lots of dads teach like that, even low levels of that, right? Like, lots of dads are physically abusive and shit.
So.
And then what occurred?
My dad was at that party, obviously not in that room. It was just these other people, but we did not get assaulted or anything at that party. They didn't know what to do at that point. So we left. We didn't get beat up. I didn't get further assaulted by anyone, but some period of time passed, a week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. I couldn't tell you how much time, but I can remember my dad saying, we've got to go face the music. So, you know, I can remember him talking to me like I had done something wrong. He said, you can't do that to the rich people. You know, you're going to get beat up is basically what he said. He said, you've been beat up before. It's going to be just like that. You'll be okay.
See?
But I can remember.
He's like, you got this. Like, it's so weird.
Remember him saying.
But it feels like he has like some weird broken ass, some sort of, you know, sadistic code of some sort. But yeah, I do think it's like something that's passed down generations. Like, I bet this just happened to him. Damn, I love my dad. He's fucking awesome. Yeah, dude. My adoptive father is pretty awesome too. My real dad though, he fucking sucks. Paul, he's a dick. My adopted dad's pretty great.
You can't fight back or they'll kill us both.
Mm-hmm. And that's when you were taken to the farm. And
yeah, I'm just saying it's how they've been raised for so long. They don't know any differently. They don't always see it as wrong in the first place. Yeah.
And 6 or 8, maybe 10 different groups assaulted and tortured you.
It's just like, yeah, it was at least 3 or 4 or 5 people at a time in these groups, because I think by that point I had done what I did to Trump. They knew that I was kind of in a homicidal type of rage, so they made sure to have enough people that they felt safe, because also my dad could fight too, and he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So they had, in each of these little groups, they had enough that they felt that I'm sure that they could overpower both me and my dad, because my dad's no slouch either. I could fight like a little Wolverine even as a child because of how I came up. Well, he was a bare-knuckle boxer and a tough man type of dude, so he could fight too. But it was like they took us from station to station, you know, to, I don't know, just to increase the horror of it, I guess. I really...
Premeditated. Seems like premeditated.
Yeah,
like
Well,
what I know
yeah,
of Trump is that Trump would attempt to premeditatedly stage such a scene to terrorize you retaliatorily.
Yes. Yes.
So
he wasn't there at that. I would assume that it was a close enough time frame that he was still recovering.
Yeah.
But I can remember that even my dad having the conversation with the people because of the level that they had kind of taken it to get me to that homicidal rage. I remember my dad arguing that it was unreasonable. He said, this is just what happens when you push somebody far enough,
So then they
an argument.
So then they took you to different locations, several groups at a time, tortured and assaulted you sexually, and then at one point you said they hosed you off with a garden hose. And what did they say again to your dad? That you were dirty and to hose you off?
They just said he's disgusting. Just take a garden hose to him or something. And somebody went inside the house and got a bar of soap, and I remember they threw it at me and hit me in the head, and that they all thought that was funny. And I was struggling because I had to get the soap from the ground, and I can remember being hit to the point where I was just having trouble grasping the soap, not just from a standpoint of like being able to see it, but like from the coordination aspect of it. Mm-hmm. Just because I'd been hit in the head and body and everything so much that I even had difficulty in getting the soap. So they made me like take a shower while they stood there with the garden hose just hosing me off. And I can remember getting really cold from that. But then it wasn't over. That would have been about the halfway point.
And you said it was sexual assault followed by beatings in all of those cases.
Yes. Some people didn't even want to sexually assault me. Some people just wanted to beat the hell out of me. So not all of them, they got to do whatever they wanted. But with all of the different people, it included some sort of physical and sexual assault, or just the physical. There weren't any instances of just sexual assault. It was around causing damage to me, and towards the end of it, I can remember my dad saying he can't take anymore. He's going to die.
Yeah.
And at that point, he had like drugged me because I couldn't walk or anything to one of the groups, and they said if he can't take any more, it's not over with. You're going to have to take the rest of it. And he said, fine, because I'm going to go to jail and kill him. So they beat the absolute hell out of him too.
Okay.
I can remember my dad kind of carried me away from the last group of people, and I think he had to change clothes or something for me, and it took a while, 30 minutes or something, but I finally got clear enough I could breathe and everything, to where I walked out of there with help.
And then is that when they took you to Andy Biggs? Or Andy Biggs tortured and raped you?
Not immediately thereafter, but another week or two passed, or maybe a month, week, two, whatever. I was healed as far as my most of my
yeah. This is their idea of fun, exactly.
Bruises and stuff like that from the first farm incident. By the time I went to Andy Biggs, and of the physical assaults, it was the worst. He kept beating me until my ribs were broken. I was turning blue, convulsing. If you get beaten enough, as you try to breathe, you just kind of click. I can't describe it any other way than that. It's not even a wheezing or anything, but your like diaphragm or something locks up and you just start clicking. Some people call that like the death rattle.
Yeah.
But that's the point to which he beat me, to where when I would try to breathe, my chest would just make this clicking noise. And I don't know how to describe it. No,
you described that extremely, extremely clearly. Like I say, I appreciate your forthrightness.
What a fucking nightmare.
Now, you and I had spoken, and you said that your dad told you that after the incident with Andy Biggs, that your dad said that Trump and Trump's associates said that whatever debt they thought you owed because you fought back against Trump, that the debt was paid, and the debt was you getting raped and beaten brutally by all those individuals, including Andy Biggs.
Yes.
And then you said that you don't recall attending any more parties after that, and you weren't sure if it was because they thought you aged out because you were 12 or 13, or whether they just thought you were too much of a hassle, like they could get caught.
I think all of that came into play, yes.
Or they might wanted to behave vindictive towards your dad about whatever money your dad was earning. Do you think
I couldn't speak to any of that part of it. Yeah, I'm not even sure like the financial arrangements or anything like that.
Yeah.
I can remember that when they sent me to the brothel, that they were upset that they didn't make more money. And then I can remember Lynn being absolutely furious because they were going to get this big payday from doing the child porn in Tennessee, but they wound up losing money on the deal because they got stiffed by whoever bought the film when it was done, and
The
they had to spend,
FBI.
I think, some money on a lawyer, so it was a net loss for them.
Mm-hmm.
But it was something to do with like the film wasn't as long as what they agreed to pay money for, so they didn't make as much, and you know.
But the
I
films.
just remember them being upset.
Okay. And the filming, most of the filming, the parties was all associated with Trump and the Trump Epstein Ghislaine pedophile ring. Different layers of parties.
Yeah, but it's a whole bunch of people. It's just that from my childhood perspective, what I saw, or what I thought that I saw, was he was the big boss. Donald Trump was the big boss, and then Epstein was like you said, like the manager or something. And then you had lower level people.
Yeah, I love that. A lawyer.
Like my dad, that kind of went out and found girls or coordinated, at the ground level of things.
Yeah. So in terms of
even Epstein himself, he just sought out people like my dad that would sell, their adopted child, their actual child, or whatever. So those are the different layers of people.
Yeah. But that Trump was involved in a lot of the planning, micromanaging, filming.
Certainly the payouts.
Yeah.
Because I know that when I was offered to Trump, the excitement that was in the house from Lynn, particularly, was that this is going to be the big payday. We have made it up to the highest level of this thing, so to speak. Because they would sell me at a lower level to people that they knew. Not this is outside of the parties, but obviously they don't have the type of money that these rich folks have, so that wasn't really a big payday, and they were
you're right. It's just fucking money, dude.
nervous about taking that kind of money because they were accepting this large amount of risk for really little amount of reward, and they were excited to make it to the level of Donald Trump because I think the payday that they were supposed to get was $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
It may have been another sum, but that's just the sum that I.
That's insane. Selling kids for, dude. Oh my God.
Remember, and that may not sound like a lot, especially today, but for our less standard of living, that would have been a fairly sizable chunk of money.
Mm-hmm.
They would have spent that whole motherfucker on crack, bro.
And we spoke about in terms of the years when you were about 9 to 10 years old, maybe 8 years old, until about 13. And most of the parties, there were only 3 or 4 kids there. Sometimes only you.
Yes.
And it was
They would
sort of the
almost
different.
always have,
Yeah.
and they would almost always have at least one girl there. So I'm sure that the mentality of that would be, to have a boy or a girl to choose from. And there may have been children at these parties that were in attendance that I just didn't see because I was being abused, in like a bedroom of the farmhouse or some other location. And there could have been more people there. I can't really say exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
You get kind of just from a standpoint of the experience, you very much just kind of lock onto your surroundings to try to stay alive. You're looking at the person that you're having this encounter with, anything that you could potentially use for a weapon, escape paths and stuff like that. Very much you're in survival mode. So you tend to hyper-focus on just what's immediately around you. So there may have been additional things going on, but I really wasn't paying attention to those.
Okay, and we spoke about the average age was like 9 or 10 years old in some cases. Layers of parties.
Adult prostitutes were there too.
Yeah.
So the younger end is 9, 10, all the way up to, young ladies, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds,
And did you ever see Andy Biggs sexually assault and torture anyone else? Or you? No.
Not that I can recall, no.
And what about Jim Jordan?
No. I remember him from that one instance. I'm not saying that he wasn't at additional, but I only remember him at the one. And I can remember a bunch of people being there, but to be honest with you, the rest of them just kind of meld together. You know, just a bunch of adults. You know?
Yeah, how many fat old white guys, you know, with gray hair? I'm sure that's all it was.
You know, kind of a crowd of people. The ones that I focused on, the ones that I remember, are the ones that seared into my brain that this person could kill me next time.
Yeah.
So I need to remember this type of deal, and that's those three.
Yeah. And then Trump during all those years. Now, did you ever see Clarence Thomas more than once, or Lindsey Graham?
Yeah, dude, I need to think about Chick-fil-A fries right now for a second. What's for dinner, boys? We just got to keep morale up a little bit. We're not being insensitive.
I could have, but I only remembered Lindsay because his mannerisms, particularly when he's not in the public spotlight, are very effeminate.
Yeah.
So that stood out to me, and Clarence stood out to me, and I only remember seeing them at one of those parties before anything happened. So I'm not saying that they were necessarily involved in abuse. They could have been. They could have even been involved in abuse that included me. I just can't swear to that. But
yeah, but also fuck Chick-fil-A for sure, dog.
He stood out because of his mannerisms being so effeminate. I believe the people that I was around, my dad and whoever he was talking to at the time, joking and laughing about those mannerisms. And then I remember Clarence because he's a black man. Not only is he a black man, but he's kind of a dark-skinned black man. So in that group of people, he stood out a lot because he was the only black guy there.
Okay. And then in terms of, we talked about transportation, plane, airplane, helicopter, automobile. You said there weren't a lot of folks on the plane, maybe sometimes 3 or 4 other kids, sometimes just you, whichever adults on the plane. When, with the snuff movies, were any of those shot on the farm that you remember? Or those you said were at different locations?
Those were at different locations.
And how many folks did you see killed in the snuff movies that you saw filmed?
That was filmed?
Yeah.
For sure, 100%. I only remember that one.
Yeah.
Now, if they filmed Patricia being shot, that would be 2.
Okay.
But the other one was on like what you would think of as a movie set.
Yeah.
You know, probably just a warehouse, somebody's basement. I couldn't tell you the location, but it wasn't just a handheld VHS camcorder. It was something on a tripod with lights and things like that. And we were having sex, and somebody walked in and just shot her in the head, and I don't remember her name.
So it was a similar MO as with Patricia.
Yes, but there was no additional assault to me afterwards. But yes, it was similar to what happened there. Other than with Patricia, they busted in. It was however many of them there was, about half a dozen. And I had to stand there and watch, kind of like I had to with the puppies, while they abused her first and then shot her.
Did Patricia say anything to you before Patricia was shot? Do you remember anything? Did Patricia say anything all during the assault?
I can remember her asking to just die. Please just kill me. And I can remember telling Patricia, because this is what Samantha had said to Sarah before Samantha shot her, was, "You're going to come be with me now. I love you." And then she shot her. So I said the same thing to Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
And then they shot her.
Dude.
There really aren't any English language words that convey, you know. I'm glad that you found each other.
Thank
that
God
you found
for
some
weed.
way that you could find some sort of friendship in such harrowing circumstances. I'm so sad. But, you know.
Dude, this is truly fucked. Hey guys, does any of this sound like a little script from ChatGPT? Just wondering. Trump, we got some fucking questions, dog. Dude, this has got to start making so much noise that Trump has to talk about this. We need him to fucking implode, dude. Trump, do you or do you not shit your pants because you got a tent post shoved up your rectum and kicked? Got to know. Gotta know. Pretty please.
She was just a sweet little girl, you know, and that's what these people are. And this world just does not need that.
Yeah. Do you have a sense that Trump and those perpetrators would specifically try to look for children they thought were really innocent to torture? Like the puppies?
Oh, yeah.
Like the more innocent, they wanted to torture them more?
Yes. It was about the experience to them didn't seem to be all that sexual in nature. It was about taking a bright little energetic youth and then just destroying that person. Even if not physically necessarily, but
dude, we're all having nightmares tonight. It's okay.
Psychologically and emotionally, it like to the point where they just really were like traumatized for life.
Mm-hmm.
That was what they seemed to enjoy doing.
Yeah.
And my mother, Marilyn Riley, was of the exact same personality flaws that those rich people were. And as bad as my dad is, and as far as human beings go, I would say that he's just about a failure in every way. He wasn't even that bad. There was just some semblance of conscience with him. Like, I can remember at that party him just about breaking down into tears because it was affecting him emotionally to see me take that level of punishment or abuse or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So Lynn was a type of person. She would have smiled and laughed and had a really good time. That's who she was. And that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Andy Dick is. Those three are like the last.
There's still like 45 minutes, but I don't think I can do 45 minutes. So we'll probably listen to like 10 more minutes or so.
Level of human as far as depravity goes. I mean, there's nothing.
No, they weren't leaked. This woman, Lisa, I think is like a journalist or something. She interviewed him in July, and these are her interview recordings. So she released them because they want people to hear them.
A way of watching another person suffer that they didn't seem to enjoy would be the best way to put it.
So it would be similar sort of psychopathy as John Wayne Gacy. Trump.
Yeah.
I feel like Lisa is talking him into circles. I feel like Lisa just cares about the Trump of it all. But like, come on, let's open this up a little bit. Let's go. Come on. Talk about more shit.
Even worse.
I can remember Samantha was the first and maybe only person.
I look sleepy. Hey, that's rude. Sleepy or 9/11. Better?
And that Lynn
I'm
got
awake.
killed, and I remember her being upset that she didn't get to be the one to kill her. And that's the last part of what they used as leverage against me.
But also, I think he's giving a lot more details and shit. Like, I don't know. This feels pretty real.
They had damaged her to the point where she was probably going to die anyway. But Samantha asked me, they threw her in the room. They had cut off one of her toes. She was not in a good way. I think that maybe they had broken her arm. But she was suffering, and she asked me to choke her to death, and I did. And they used that. My parents used that as leverage against me for a period of time, telling me that I was the only one guilty of murder. So in my childhood brain, I thought that made sense, but I just did for Sammy what Sammy kind of did for Sarah.
That's how you were looking at. Okay, so let's just recap, because that's important. I don't want that to get misconstrued. So Samantha, Sarah, Patricia. Which one was African American again? Samantha. So Samantha was African American, and you were all tortured and trafficked by Trump and the Trump Epstein pedophile ring.
Yeah.
Brutally tortured.
It's like we keep going back to the beginning.
when Sarah was going to commit suicide, Sarah was afraid to pull the trigger, and Samantha pulled the trigger, and so that Samantha could die, because Samantha was afraid to commit suicide. Sarah asked Samantha to pull the trigger. And then when
and I was in the room,
yeah,
Sarah had asked for me to be in the room too because she wanted. We cared about each other. Me, Sarah, Samantha, and Patricia were all just like, we kind of, Three Musketeers or whatever. We kind of stuck with each other because we did the best we could to look out for one another. But she wanted me to be in the room too because she wanted to die around the people that she loved. And at that point, it was just me and Samantha. I don't.
And was that at the brothel again, or what?
But Ashley, I view all of these as little pieces of a huge story. Pizzagate is one piece of this story. They want us to think it's one person or whatever. I mean, I don't know what Lisa's deal is. It seems like she's very, very much, it's Trump, but it's all of them. But William's just talking about what he knows, I think. I thought my parents sucked. But, I mean, Pizzagate is just a piece of this.
What was the location? Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wish that someone else was interviewing him.
Okay.
I was at the brothel.
Okay, and so that's when Sarah died, and then they had to clean up.
Someone who can keep the fucking story up,
Yes.
Clean up.
Yeah, the adults came in and took Sarah's body, but I remember Samantha and I had to use the cleaner solutions and clean up all the blood and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And then when Marie Lynn and William Kyle tortured Samantha almost to death, Samantha was going to die, and then Samantha asked you to kill Samantha, similar that Sarah asked Samantha to kill Sarah.
She showed me how to choke her, and I did.
What else did she say?
Samantha?
Yeah.
She just made me.
She said to save her?
She made me promise to live life for both of them. She made me promise that I would get through it.
What do you think Marie Lynn and William would have done to Samantha if Samantha hadn't have died?
They just would have kept beating on her until she was dead.
So
they tortured her for a couple of weeks, probably.
A couple of weeks. So they tortured Samantha during a couple of weeks, and then Samantha asked you to kill Samantha because Samantha didn't want to die getting tortured by William Kyle and Marie Lynn.
Yeah, he's like remembering more too as he's recounting it.
She said, "I can't go back in there. I can't do it again."
Yeah.
Because they had us locked in like a little storage room.
Yeah.
And they would pull us out one at a time and torture us, and then throw us back in there together. And that last day, they threw her back in there at night. And I can remember we stayed up almost all night talking. And I can remember when daybreak hit, she said, "You've got to do it. I can't." Basically, she could not face them again, and she knew that shortly after sunrise, my parents would be up.
Yeah.
So, and when I filed the police report, I told them that same thing. So, that the police report that was never followed up.
So when
I did that in Lawton, Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma, and so when you talked to the police, you said Samantha had asked you to kill Samantha because Samantha couldn't bear getting tortured by your parents anymore, and you told the police, and the police never followed up in Oklahoma.
I filled out a whole report. It was recorded. I gave them the exact same story I'm telling you, and I never heard back from them. And I don't.
He said, "I killed a girl. I killed a girl." They said, "Hush now. Hush now, baby. Go to sleep."
I don't know why. I don't know how deep they dug. I don't know why.
It doesn't sound very deep. Sounds like they did about nothing, like all police forces do. Because you know what they're there for? Covering up human trafficking. They are human traffickers.
That investigation.
I know. Is it even possible to fabricate a story like this at this point? Guys, try and dream up a story like this and tell it a second time, twice, recount it 1,000,000 times because Lisa can't fucking move on. But yeah, dude. I don't know, man. This is how memory works. This is feeling... Trump, we gotta know about that tent post. He's never gonna go in public again after that Ford worker thing. He was like, oh, I gotta go with my people. The Ford auto workers. They said, pedo... What did he call him? Pedo protector. And he goes, hey, frick you, dude.
But at the conclusion of that, I felt as though law enforcement was not somebody that would do anything.
Yeah, think, buddy. Sorry, I don't know why I said it sassy at him. Yeah, you're right.
Because I know that the investigations have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
My parents were investigated over and over and over again, particularly my dad, in 3 different states.
Seems like there was some...
Four different states, because Texas, Tennessee, Alabama, and they tried to kill me in Florida. There was another investigation in Florida that followed them back to Alabama.
Yeah.
So, you know...
I have a question for you.
There's no way... Yes.
This is specific regarding...
Bro, when he wants to talk, just let him talk. Shut the fuck up, please. Please. Please.
Trump again, and I think it might help in terms of...
Oh my God, what do we got to talk about? Trump again?
Sort of just establishing something. When you kicked the tent peg into Trump's anus, you said it tore Trump's backside open, anus open.
Yes.
There's a lot of gossip, discussion about Donald Trump's being incontinent since several years ago.
All right. Come on, we need this. Yeah, you're right.
I remember some folks that worked on the television series The Apprentice. They said Donald Trump had to wear diapers, and that
I would bet it's because I ripped him open.
That's
He's taking credit for it. Oh my God, dude! When I heard about the steak thing, I was like, this is why Trump shits his pants. I didn't even get to this point. Let's go. Confirmation.
That's what my sense is that some of the gossip has been, oh, Trump had used Adderall, Trump was incontinent because of drug use. But I'm wondering...
Yeah, exactly. The shit discredits the victims when we Well, yeah, exactly. Because it gives people the, like, left or right shit. But he did mention Bill Clinton and, like, you know, and yeah, it's mostly Lisa. Like, I feel like it does discredit it, but it's okay. I mean, this is just like one wing of it, right? Like, frazzle drip. There's plenty on the other side, too. We know that it's all of them. We just got to keep screaming it. Remind you of how all of what started. Yeah, exactly. Adderall never made me shit myself. And believe me, bro, if you could shit yourself from Adderall, I would have definitely been shitting myself. Adderall makes you forget you have a body. Yeah, you forget to drink water. You don't eat. So, dude, this story makes the Donald Trump shitting his pants make way more sense.
Wondering, and I do know that the truth, if that's actually the reason Trump wears diapers is a significant part. Do you remember? I mean, can you describe?
Shut up, Lisa.
What the injuries look like? Do you remember enough to describe?
I remember the scream that he let out when I kicked him. And I remember backing away, and it was, I can't remember exactly what it looked like, but it wasn't just that he was hurt.
Poop in the turbine, bro.
He started, while he was screaming, like his entire body was in a, almost like a horseshoe, where he was just vibrating or convulsing while he was just screaming at the. I remember his reaction being so loud that it scared me, and I kind of backed away. But what the injury itself looked like, I can't really describe that, because in my mind, I thought that he was going to die after.
Mm-hmm.
So I like got as far away as I could, like in the corner. And as he's just the scream that he let out, I can remember that. Yeah, just like a banshee. And then those people came in there, obviously knowing something was up. They pointed a gun at me. Anyway, they didn't beat me. They didn't do anything like that. They just scooped him up, got him out of there, and then they tried to figure out what had happened. And I know at one point I was just there with like a couple of guys holding a gun on me, and there was some discussion. My dad was brought in, and they just let us go for that day. Nobody harmed us that day because they didn't really know how they were going to handle it. They didn't know if Trump was going to die. He was fucked up. I mean, no doubt. That's something that left a scar.
But Jen, a lot of the stuff that he says is backed up. His parents are real. His parents are literally in the Epstein shit. What parts of it feel off? I mean, he seems very genuine. Unless my fucking radar don't work at all, but I mean, it does work pretty good usually, so. And dude, hey, Trump, sue him. Trump should sue him. Right? I mean, if someone was saying this kind of stuff about me, I'd be pissed. Right? You came in a little bit late. The tent post was in the room because they're in like a fucking circus tent. This thing was like a carnival. It was like a room in a tent or some shit. Probably because it's hostile and they want, they left some weapons in the room. Who knows? Yeah, why would anyone want to admit this stuff if it were real? Which audio am I on? What do you mean?
No doubt in my mind that left a permanent scar on him. So, and as far as if it's possible that that's the reason that he's incontinent today, it's very, very much so. It wasn't, it wasn't a minor injury by any stretch of the imagination. It was my best effort to kill him in the most horrible way that I could possibly do it.
That's crazy, dude.
I just happened to fail.
He literally tried to kill him through stabbing him in the ass. How poetic, bro. Yeah, it literally has nothing to gain from saying this, I think. Night, Lori.
Well, you were 12, and you'd just seen Patricia tortured and raped and murdered. Trump premeditated the murder of Patricia to torture you, and then Trump tortured you. It's extreme circumstances.
She's like, okay, so take me back. Trump is running this ring with Epstein, correct?
You experienced understandable rage at injustice, the most depraved sort of injustice.
And as much as I am able to corroborate, I wish somebody would just offer my dad a deal, because he knows all of it.
And he's still alive.
It would be worth him not going to jail, as far as I'm concerned, just to blow this whole thing open, because as bad as my dad is, any malice that I might have towards him, is superseded by the fact that the whole of the organization is even worse.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Yeah. But that's just me talking to you. I mean,
yeah, if you have a fucking soul, Bill O'Reilly, oh my God, it makes so much sense. Fuck it, we'll do it live. He wears diapers now? Trump? He's been wearing diapers, dude. There were PAs on the Apprentice set saying that he wore diapers and he shit them all the time.
I understand you're not in that position. I'm not in that position, but that's just, I wonder how many other people are out there that are just like my dad. My dad was kind of like a
Bro, thousands.
Recruiter, maybe. I think he would go out and find runaways, but I can't say where those people got all of the other people. I know that I don't know where Sarah came from. I know Samantha came from an abusive household, and she ran away when she was 12 or 13. Lived on the streets for a while, and then wound up in that brothel, and then wound up getting used in that whole ring. And Patricia had been in some similar circumstance where I think that she was adopted and used kind of like I was, but then she wound up on the street too, another runaway. But I don't know Sarah's background. I don't remember it.
Trump survived it. He got medevaced out, and his doctor, that was his personal doctor for like 20 years, was a fucking intestinal doctor. That was his main thing, was buttholes.
I think your dad was probably one of similar sort of recruiters they might have used in different locations, or in terms of the core group of like those specific torture parties, they might have tried to keep a quite tight rein on things.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about right now? I mean, I think
I have shared the bulk of what I remember vividly.
Okay.
Sometimes another detail or something will pop up into my head. But and I've spent years kind of trying to dissect all of this, and over the number of years, about the last 10 years, I've been just peeling back layer after layer of this. And as far as what I remember clearly, this is pretty much it. Like I say, there were other instances of assaults, but I can't tell you who did what, when, or where. And I can't place it to a specific individual outside of, both of my parents assaulted me. Some of the other family members assaulted me. I can remember that. But as far as anybody of any importance, those 5 names that I've given are the only ones. The 2 that were there, and then the 3, Andy, Jim, and Donald Trump. But there were other people at those parties, and those people were important. I just can't point a finger at them and say for sure.
Yeah, no,
this is that person.
Don't worry about that at all right now. What I'm going to do is,
to be honest with you, seeing Clarence Thomas there really stood out. But what cements that into my brain was the celebration that my dad had when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court. How excited he was to have a person as high as the Supreme Court that was involved in all of it as sort of a buffer.
Yeah.
So, could potentially John Roberts or Justice Alito, one of those guys, been there? Potentially. I don't know, but I can remember specifically how excited he was that, this is a person in about the highest position possible. And I remember him saying that that's a lifetime appointment. So,
do you remember,
for what that's worth?
No, that's important. That's significant. Do you remember any female attendees at those parties, adult females?
Yes, but it was not very common. Lynn went to one at least, and they were rare.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the women that were at these parties were escorts or children.
Mm-hmm.
So there were some adult escorts at some of the parties for sure, and then there were possibly, before it got down to the smaller group of people at the end where they really did the the more brutal, more heinous stuff, that was always just a bunch of men. I can't remember women being in a smaller circle other than other people being trafficked. I can't remember any women being there.
Besides Trump, could you identify any of the rest of the men, of those 8 to 10 men that were always in the core torture group? If you saw the photos?
He would be the only one that I could clearly say that this person. The rest of them, I didn't think they were going to kill me.
Yeah.
So they just kind of go into the memory bank of just something else bad. And the only ones that I remember are the ones that I thought were dangerous, and then Clarence because he's black, and then Lindsay just because of his mannerisms.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing him and observing his mannerisms. What I remember even more is my dad and whoever he was with at the time kind of joking about those mannerisms. I can even remember somebody telling my dad to be careful because there were a lot of people at that party that were gay. So if he got caught like making fun of a rich person that was gay or at least had the mannerisms and demeanor of a gay person, that it might cause my dad problems.
Ooh.
You know, so it was kind of, we can kind of laugh and joke about this a little bit here, but you better be careful what you say around other people because a lot of these people are gay or at least have bisexual tendencies, and they may take offense to that. And these are people that my dad was not in a position to offend.
Mm-hmm.
They, you know.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get this recording here, this second recording, and backups and so on. And then I'm just going to spend the rest of Saturday fairly quiet, doing some peaceful things, which I highly suggest you do as well. Just whatever you like to do that you experience some joy about.
I'm going to do some yard work.
There you go.
If it's not too hot outside, it was pretty hot yesterday, but that's not what that's my meditation, that or the gym, and I can't go to the gym today.
Yeah, spend some time outdoors.
I have a set schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what I'll do, like I said already, I'd like to just get the text messages we've got and the recordings, and I'm just going to figure out in terms of.
Did she release the text?
So there's 2 recordings now, and I'm just going to figure out whether I might just upload to a specific drive, and then I've got to look at just some of in terms of the logistics with the recordings. Like I said, I'd like to just post them raw with a brief summary, and a totally different context. But a long time ago, I was speaking to some folks who are at NASA about climate crisis related. And
NASA.
One of the women that I know at NASA was talking about all the data they were seeing, and there was so much politicization of the data that Lynn was concerned that, it was going to be a huge negative impact. Lynn's
politicizing the data
perspective in terms of
he does just know Trump, really.
Climate crisis was, in terms of survival of the human species. And we'd had some discussion about posting all of these data from all these different locations, the North Koreans, NORAD, just so everybody could look at the data and they'd be like, holy Christ, what the heck is going on? And then it's like a bit more simple to try to get folks of different opinions, belief systems, to behave more unified. So slightly, obviously what we're discussing is quite different, but what's similar is, the truth is being suppressed. And
very much so. It all comes back to greed, and these people have this defect in their soul or personality or whatever you want to say, and they're denying the climate crisis.
Bro, he's like crazy well-adjusted, I feel.
For the sake of money, and they're denying the pedophile ring because the rich people that are involved in it want it to continue.
Yeah.
It's just a level of corruption that seems to permeate, I don't know, in almost every direction. It's not everybody who is corrupt, or most certainly the average person, I would think, would be very much against all of this, but not enough people in key positions to prevent it from happening. And that's...
Yeah.
Well, that was good bedtime fun. Yeah, guys, I'm sending you into nightmare land tonight. No transitions into meditation, just nightmare fuel, and then we're meditating.
And, to be honest with you...
Yeah, of course Squeaks looked pissed at the end. I was holding him. He hates it. Yeah, they're totally cut off from source, dude.
To some degree, it feels like the Democrats are just part of theater. You know, Joe Biden had 4 years to kind of do some things, and it seemed like as far as policy went, you know, it seemed like some things were going in the right direction. But where was the urgency with the guy that tried to incite a coup?
Well,
You know, it almost feels like they're just playing you know, almost all feels performative, you know?
No, I understand. I think
this
Joe,
side and that side.
Yeah. I think Joe Biden was trying to do the right thing, and there's obviously a lot of...
Oh, Lisa's such a liberal cuck, dude. She is such a cuck.
Folks.
I mean, I'm glad she did this interview, but, like, dude, it's all of them. Hey, you want to see a picture of Joe Biden with a fucking kid? Hold on. Stand by. I forget where I puts it. Dude, the Miro's so unruly. Shit, I thought it was... Oh my god. It is mad. You guys know what picture I'm talking about? Joe Biden holding the little kid's hand. I mean, we know he smells little kid's hair. We know Joe Biden's a freak. What the fuck? Can you guys hear? What the fuck's going on? Hello?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those situations where, you know, if Biden had more information, there's a lot more Biden would have done. So
shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my god.
There's obviously been some collusion about the information that everyone's getting, and I think what you're talking about in terms of
Biden sniffs kids' hair.
Parties and how parties seem to be presented, you know, folks that were engaged in some level of criminal behavior, but wasn't the extreme criminal behavior of those that were torturing and murdering kids. And so they were all trying to play it all off against them all. So all these different folks had compromise, say, on drug use or some sex acts they didn't want publicized, but they didn't know about the torturing. So a lot of collusion, but there are decent folks, and there are decent folks that are trying to do the right thing.
What, Joe Biden? What, Kamala Harris? Oh my goodness.
And I'll get these audio files.
Don't piss on Sasha's leg and tell him it's raining.
I'll get them looked at, I'll get them uploaded, I'll write a little summary. I'm sort of simmering about...
All right, boys, we got to fucking wrap up. It's already almost 10:30. We haven't even meditated. Here we go. Hard transition, boys. You're going to love it. It's going to feel like coming home. Yeah, Lisa's kind of being like a fucking Trump cuck. I mean, fuck Trump. Fuck all of them. But it's okay. He only knows the Trump part, so he's just a part of the story. That's the whole thing, guys. They're flooding us with so much information, they think that we'll never be able to make sense of it. But we're doing a pretty good job, I think. It's the same thing with the great mysteries of the world. The truth is scattered throughout all of the ancient texts. All of that shit. They're all talking about the same story, dogs. And it's our job to discern the relevant information from all of the fucking noise. That's why, to me, shit like the fucking Renee Good shooting is important, because they want us to not see everything. Not see, get it? They want us to think that literally everything is fake, so that we are like, oh, they're just trying to get a rise out of me. There is a time and place where we do want a rise out of us. And it's when we can use symbols to fucking propel ourselves and this fucking revolution forward, you know? It's a revolution of the brain, dude. We gotta take their fucking symbols. They're trying to make Renee Good into some demon monster. Even if she was, bro, it's our job to turn her into like the fucking Mockingjay, you know? I mean, not actually, but like, she is a symbol of this movement, and she should be. And we shouldn't let them tell their story, because their story sucks. Our story will recruit more people into the brain war. It's the mind war, right? Anyway, love you, dudes. Here we go. In a sec. Yeah, everyone, sage the chat, please. Sage the chat for Tori. Here we go. Breathe the frick in through your nose. And out. The feds got RKs. He just did a Kai Cenat tribute song. Oh no. Yeah, go pet your kitties after this and your doggers. Out. Alright, here we go. No more time for a third breath. Remembering the one. Take a moment and let your breath slow. Let it deepen. Let's come home to the quiet within. Feel your body from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet. Not as a boundary, but as a bridge. You are the meeting point between earth and sky, between matter and spirit, between the seen and the unseen. You are not separate from the cosmos. The stars you see above were birthed from the same force that brought you here. Their light moves through you. Their memory is your memory. Now, imagine a vast web, golden threads stretching across time, space, story, and soul. This web connects everything, every being, every breath, every beat of every heart. This is the oneness. You are a strand in that web. You are not alone. You never were. And neither are those who came before you, or those who will come after. We are the dreamers and the dreamed. We are remembering ourselves back together. As we close the stream tonight, let's not close the current. Let's keep the signal open, the one of curiosity, compassion, and courageous truth. Breathe it in again. And let the exhale carry it out to everyone who needs it. The world is waiting for us to remember, and together we will rise. We're coming for you, Paul. We're gonna get you, little tiny ball. We're gonna get you, little baby Paul. Here we go, Paul, we're gonna get you, bitch. On my mama. What up, dude? See ya freaking tomorrow.
Stacking commas, hit me up because I'm drama. Now the drug is marijuana. Cooks will say I got a problem.
Welcome to the chat, horsies. We'll see you tomorrow. 6 p.m., boys. Take your loss, Paul. Silly, goofy idiot.
Take your loss, Paul. You can't go back to Tim.
And my breath and the mushies.
Maybe if I'm lucky.
Then a couple try to screw me.
I'm not basketball player size, but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will want me for ransom.
I don't have a bike,
but I might take a jog.
Something light, loving life.
Chilling with my headphones on.
I asked Cat Dad how much a ticket cost.
Didn't answer, doesn't matter. Still your daddy and your boss.
On my mama, this is healing Paul's drama.
We love you, Paul.
Take him to Nirvana.
Where is that Biden photo? Those are my Foyas. What's this?
I got a problem.
Oh, here it is. Let's go. Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin.
Take your loss, Paul. This was a lady, Jessica, that I interviewed, and her daughter was trafficked. And she thinks that her daughter is this girl that Biden was with. Saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself. Looks pretty similar. If you really want to dance, Paul, now is your chance, Paul. You're the damn man, Paul. Not in your jeans, Paul. It's time to take your pants off. Showers with my dad. This is Biden kissing his daughter on the mouth. Anyway, like a weirdo. No, that's not fair. People do kiss their kids, but like, it's Biden, so it's different. Good night, boys. We'll see you tomorrow. Gang, gang. Have a good night. See ya. Adios, boys. Ta-ta. A tout à l'heure. A bientôt. Aloha. Talk to you tomorrow. What we weave becomes. Bye. Yeah. Y'all are one of the boys. All right. See you, boys.